Ready to roll?
If you are a board member, please be sure to unmute your microphone when speaking for the broadcast and recording. The Community Development Manager is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. The public who did not register in advance can usually view the recorded meeting on the city's YouTube page within 48 hours. For tonight's Planning Commission meeting, please call 720-386-9023 and use code 104091* for live Spanish translation services.
Is it going to do the Spanish translation? Good. We will now call our Planning Commission meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Can you please do a roll call of the commissioners?
Chairman Pofiel,
Present.
Vice Chair Amador,
Here.
Commissioner Yost,
Present.
Commissioner Ingram,
Present.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present. Thank you for the commissioners present for tonight. Would also like to introduce staff that's present with us tonight. Sarah Geiger, Deputy City Attorney, Steve Timms, Planning Manager, Tricia Mason, Community Development Manager, Anita Riley, Principal Planner, Andrew Baker, Planner, Jenna Lowry, Management Analyst, Lee Alverson, Development Review and Coordination Engineer, Chris Huddle, Development Review Manager, Michael Rank, Transportation Engineer, Caitlin Memmer, Planning Commission Liaison. Thank you also for staff joining us tonight. Can I have a motion for approval of our minutes from our last meeting?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Kelly, can you please call for a vote? For approval of our
Please
minutes?
vote electronically.
The motion has passed, 4 yeses. We will now move on to our case for the evening. Staff, please introduce the first case.
Good evening. First case is case number Z-971-21-22. That is UDC Miller LLC is requesting an annexation zone change from ADCO A3, Adams County Agricultural-3 to Commerce City PUD, Plan Unit Development, to allow for the development of a single-family residential subdivision called Eberly Place, located at 1070 Potomac Street. I believe Andrew Baker from staff will be presenting.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Andrew Baker. I'm a planner. We'll be presenting this annexation zoning case on behalf of the City of Commerce City Planning Department. Case file number is Z-971-21-22, and this is for the Eberly Place project located on 10070 Potomac Street. We have the applicant here with us tonight, Daniel Sheldon from UDC Miller. As I mentioned, this is an annexation zoning request to a planned unit development or a PUD zone district. Just a couple of disclaimers here. Staff enters into the public record the contents of the case file, the annexation zoning regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the City of Commerce City. All required notification and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, the Planning Commission has jurisdiction to hear this case. In accordance with sections 21-3251 subsection 3 and Section 21-3350, subsection 2 of the Land Development Code. Planned unit development or PUD applications are reviewed by the Development Review Team and the Director of Community Development. Planning Commission holds a public hearing and provides a recommendation to the City Council. City Council then holds a public hearing and makes a final decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application based on the approval criteria from sections 21-3251 and 21-3350. This annexation zoning request is in an Adams County enclave, currently zoned agricultural 3, and as I mentioned, is being proposed for a new planned unit development. The property is around 33.5 acres in size and is currently designated medium residential in the Commerce City Comprehensive Plan. That designation calls for single-family residential uses at a density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. This property is to be re-subdivided, and there is a current subdivision application which would split the lot into 164 residential lots. That would end up at a density of about 4.9 dwelling units per acre, meeting the comprehensive plan designation stated above. 2 planning areas are currently proposed, which I'll get into a little bit later. They're both considered single-family residential, though one would allow duplexes, and both would allow single-family detached units. The applicant is also applying for annexation as well as NIGID inclusion to be approved at a later date by City Council and the NIGID board. Here's a quick aerial of the site. As I had mentioned, the property is currently addressed off of Potomac Street. It lies south of East 104th Avenue and east of Chambers Road. As I mentioned, the comprehensive plan designates this area as residential medium, much like most of the surrounding area. And the site is currently mostly vacant, though there is a single-family home on the property, which would be demolished if this proposal were to be approved. It is surrounded by the Reunion and Foxton Village PUDs. The applicant wishes to annex and zone to a PUD with a similar density and similar uses as found in those developments. The annexation, final plat, and PUD development permits are all currently under review, as well as the NIGID application, which I mentioned earlier. I'll run through the proposed PUD in each of the sheets that are contained within. Pages 1 and 2 show the normal cover sheet and legal descriptions that we find on all PUDs, as well as a project summary and intent, and some base knowledge about the proposal and about the area. Page 3 provides community design elements, such as the location of entryways, pedestrian connections within and throughout the site, location of potential parks and drainage areas, as well as the historic Cactus Ridge Schoolhouse, which is located to the southwest of this property. The graphic that goes along with that is shown here. You can clearly see where the pedestrian network lies, most of those within the right-of-way, but also proposing a few connections throughout the site just to increase that pedestrian network. Some of those going to pocket parks on the northeast and southeast side, as well as onto Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street, which would connect to the historic school site, as well as East 104th Avenue. Also in the middle is where the large private park is proposed to be located as well. Page 4 includes the PUD zoning land use chart and a PUD zoning map. As I've mentioned, this planned unit development would split the lot into 2 planning areas. Planning area A would allow both single-family detached and duplex units, while planning area B would only allow single-family detached, which is transitioning from the higher densities that are found in the Reunion development to the west and the less dense Foxton Village to the east. 3% of the site must also be utilized for private parks, which is contained on this page as well and mimics the Commerce City LDC's requirements. This is a look at the location of those planning areas. You can see that a main access point off of Potomac Street, which is an arterial road, would come in from the west into Planning Area A, which again would allow the duplexes and single-family detached. We have two street connections coming from East 101st Avenue as well as East 100th Place, coming over from Foxton Village. We have the future park at 1 acre, which satisfies the 3% private park requirement. And you can see the detention facility area, which would be located on the southwest corner of the property. I've mentioned this a few times before, but that same page goes into the allowed uses. Again, single-family detached and duplexes in Planning Area A, the permitted gross density matching that of the comprehensive plan at 4 dwelling units per acre. Planning Area B allowing only those single-family detached land uses. Not only do we have the 3% park that is met per the PUD, we also have multiple other open space and park locations throughout the site, which I'll get into a little bit later as well. Pages 5 and 6 discuss the bulk standards of this PUD. That would be lot sizes, lot widths, and setbacks for planning areas A and page 5, and then planning areas B and page 6. Here's a quick look at some of those setbacks and bulk standards for planning area A. You can see that those are divided by the different housing types that could be allowed. So we have single-family detached residential with both front-loaded and rear-loaded garage, as well as duplexes there. And in planning area B, you would only see those two single-family detached uses, as the duplexes are not allowed. Page 7 shows the lot typicals, which will get into what those different housing products may actually look like when developed with the minimum lot sizes that are proposed per the PUD. This was helpful when reviewing with the utility departments, South Adams County Fire and Water and Sand District, just to ensure that all of these setbacks and lot sizes fit within what we need from a utility servicing standpoint as well as from an urban design standpoint. Here's a look at the proposed concept plan. At this point, this plan is a bit further than a concept. As I mentioned, we have a final plat and a PUD development permit that are currently within their second and third rounds of reviews that mimic exactly what is shown here. So as I mentioned earlier, we have our 1 acre park that is in the center of the site, easily accessible for the most of the residents. We also have pocket parks on the northwest and northeast side, and then coming directly west, creating those pedestrian networks that will connect through the site to Foxton Village and on to Reunion on the other side when that does develop. I'd like to point out the drainage area, which is in the southeast corner. That currently is being proposed to serve this development and ultimately will be expanded later on when the Reunion development to the south comes in, and I'll discuss that in a few slides as well here. But as I've mentioned, we've gotten pretty far on the design here. Not only does the proposed PUD meet our comprehensive plan, but the development permit and final plat that are associated with this concept also meet all of the regulations that have been put forth within this proposed PUD. Staff distributed the requested zone change and annexation applications for review to all the relevant referral agencies, including the utility companies and fire department, as well as internal city departments. All DRT concerns have been met. There are no existing issues that remain. And as I mentioned, we're still just wrapping up with those final reviews on the final plat and the development review permit. But as far as the annexation and zone change go, DRT does not have any issues at this time. I've mentioned that the proposed PUD zoning is appropriate for this site. That's because of the comprehensive plan designation and the densities and housing products that are found within. Most of the discussion took place around more fine-tuned items such as traffic flow and public improvements. Right-of-way dedications and improvements for both Potomac Street and Blackhawk Street will come with this proposal. And the applicant and staff worked extensively with Mile High Flood District on the drainage pond size and location. The current condition will be serving this development, but at a later point will be expanded into a regional drainage pond, and at that point would be deeded to the city for maintenance purposes, as well as construction coordination, at which point that regional drainage pond does have to expand. Would be happy to get into more of these engineering issues. If anybody has any questions, we do have my colleagues from Public Works here, and we would be happy to discuss those. The approval of this zone change will help implement the community vision for this area as established by the comprehensive plan. We currently have multiple residential PUDs and developments that are going up on all sides of this development, and this will fill that gap nicely and create an infill development of a county enclave that matches the comprehensive plan, provides almost 3 times as much private park dedication as what would normally be required by the Land Development Code, and provides the opportunity for the applicant to create compatibilities between these PUDs that have their own design standards, their own landscaping standards, their own access plans, and really create a fit that would be appropriate for this site. The project approval will also fund needed public improvements to the area, the largest of which being the drainage pond, which will be expanded later. Per the requirements of Annexation and Zoning review, a neighborhood meeting was held on September 29th of 2021. That took place virtually, and most of the issues that were raised were concerning off-site traffic concerns. Most of the folks who are already out there, especially at Foxton Village, generally having a hard time taking a left turn onto 100th Avenue and worried that increased population here might make those traffic concerns worse. There were also questions about project financing, the impact mitigations of eventual construction, home pricing, general city transportation plans, both existing and for the future, school capacity, and infrastructure improvements. Most of these issues were discussed and ironed out at that meeting. It also led to lots of good interaction between city review agencies as well as external agencies. We are extremely confident that not only does the school have the capacity to serve this development, but that we as the city will have the infrastructure that will be needed to serve it as well. Not only that, but that this project would actually benefit our efforts in those areas. All of the required public notification was given, as I had mentioned earlier. City staff mailed postcards to property owners within 500 feet, that number being 130 adjacent property owners, and publication was also given in the Commerce City Sentinel, and 3 signs were posted to the property. As of yesterday, city staff has received 1 public comment letter, which was included in your packet. Recommendations. We'll try to get through each of these criteria as quickly as possible. If I'm speaking too fast, please do not hesitate to bring any questions up afterwards. But as we all know, some of these code criteria can get a bit wordy. For PUD zone documents, we're looking at section 21-3251 of the Commerce City LDC, which states in subsection 3 the approval criteria that a PUD zone document may be approved only if A, PUD zone document is consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan, any applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city, or reflects conditions that have changed since the adoption of the comprehensive plan. Staff finds this criteria to be met as the PUD accurately reflects the intent, uses, densities, descriptions, and policies contained within the comprehensive plan. The PUD Zone document is consistent with any previously reviewed PUD concept schematic. This criteria does not apply as there was no PUD concept schematic, which is an optional step in the PUD process that was submitted as part of this application. During a pre-application with the city, the applicant proposed this development, and because the densities and the housing products are fairly straightforward and clearly in line, staff felt that a concept schematic process was unnecessary. C, the PUD must address either subsection I or 2 within this. I will read through subsection I as I1, as 2 does not apply in this situation. This PUD does address a unique situation, confers a substantial benefit to the city, and incorporates a creative site design such that it achieves the purposes set out in sections 21-4370, describing that of a PUD zone district, and represents an improvement in quality over what could have been accomplished through strict applications of the otherwise applicable district or development standards. This may include, but is not limited to, improvements in open space, environmental protection, tree or vegetation preservation, efficient provision of streets, roads, and other utilities and services, unique architecture, design, or increased choice of living and housing environments. Staff finds that this application meets this criteria by providing a variety of medium density housing. This mix of single family, detached, and attached product could not be achieved by any of the existing traditional Commerce City traditional zone districts. As I had mentioned before, creating that transition between a higher density and a lower density, though both of those are single family developments, and developments that at that time within Reunion and Foxton Village could have only been created or approved through a PUD. So in order to create consistency there as well as achieve the highest degree of compatibility, the applicant has chosen the PUD route as well at staff's request. D, the PUD complies with all applicable city standards, not otherwise waived or modified by the city. Find that this criteria has been met as no minor modifications or variances are proposed along with this PUD. PUD is integrated and connected with adjacent development through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar features. I had mentioned those pedestrian networks earlier, as well as the heightened private parks. I believe that we were up to at least 8.43% of the site, as I had mentioned, greatly exceeding the minimum of 3. To the maximum extent feasible, the proposal mitigates any potential significant adverse impacts on adjacent properties or on the general community. No significant adverse impacts are expected with this development, and so once again, staff finds this application to meet this criteria. G, sufficient public safety, transportation, and utility services and facilities are available to serve this subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing development. Once again, sufficient services will be provided, including public safety, transportation, and utilities. A will serve letter from South Adams County Water and Sanitation District has been submitted with this application, as well as letters from both police, fire departments, and the school districts, all stating that they have no objections to the proposal contained within. As applicable, the proposed phasing plan for the development of the PUD is rational in terms of available infrastructure capacity and financing. This criteria does not apply as no phasing plan is proposed. The entire development is meant to be constructed in one phase. And lastly, the same development could not be accomplished through the use of other techniques such as height exceptions, variances, or minor modifications. This criteria is met as variances cannot be granted to a zoning district. As I mentioned before, the variety of housing mixes and densities contained within this PUD could not be achieved through a Commerce City traditional zone district. The other section of criteria which we are looking at is that which follows zoning of newly annexed land in section 21-3350. One of the 3 criteria that are listed on the left side of the page must be met In this case, the zoning is most compatible with the city's comprehensive plan designation for the property, as I've explained. And as a note, the current zoning of agricultural 3 does not meet our comprehensive plan. Therefore, the zoning would not be the most compatible to county zoning, though that isn't compatible with the city's plans for the site, and the same being true of the present uses on the property. With that, the Development Review Team recommends that the Planning Commission vote to forward this request to City Council with the recommendation for approval. City staff and the applicant are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does the applicant have a presentation?
Yes, they do, and I will pull that up right away.
Why don't we work through that, and then we'll work through questions.
Great.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Daniel Jennings, and I'm with Norris Design, and I'm part of the project team here before you tonight. My address is 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado. I am here on behalf of our client, Miller United. In the presentation and in the staff report, they are known as United Development Company, but they are now known as Miller United. So when I refer to them, it's the same applicant. And we're pleased to present our application for annexation and zoning for Eberly Place. We want to thank staff. Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. We appreciate your effort and all of city staff's effort, Public Works, over the past year and a half working with us to help us get our plans to the point where we could bring them before you tonight. So a quick note before I give our presentation, I wanted to introduce our project team. We have Craig Campbell. He is a representative of the property owner. Dan Sheldon with Miller United. They are the applicant. Jason Pock, the home builder with Richmond American Homes. They are under contract with Miller United. Ben Satterwhite and Ben Leach with HKS. They are our civil and traffic engineers, respectively. And David Foster with Foster Grant, Milstein, and Kalisher. So that's our entire team, and they will be here to answer any questions you may have at the end of our presentation. Do I press the right button, Andrew? Will I just direct you to say next slide or? Okay, here we go. Okay. Thank you. Just to start with a quick overview of the site, as you can see, our site is located between Potomac Street and Black Hawk Street, just about a quarter mile south of East 104th Avenue. It is roughly 33.5 acres in size. It is located between Foxton Village to the east. Commissioner Yost, I believe, you're a resident there, so you're pretty familiar with the area. And then Reunion Ridge Filing 1, which is currently under construction by Oakwood Homes to our west. So our application before you involves annexing the property into Commerce City, zoning it as a planned unit development, or PUD, so that it can be developed as a residential neighborhood consistent with the surrounding area. And we envision 2 residential planning areas within our PUD, and we'd like to walk you through kind of how we arrived at that determination being sort of the best and most compatible with the surrounding area. So the first thing that we looked at was the surrounding context, what's around our site. Because we know that whatever we propose will have to be compatible and thoughtful about the existing surrounding uses. So this is the Commerce City zoning map. And as you can see, our site in red is surrounded by PUDs. The exception being that to the north of our site and to the southwest of our site, there are a couple small parcels that are in unincorporated Adams County. But as far as the zoning adjacent to our site, all of the parcels around us located within Commerce City are PUDs. Now, each of these PUDs that border our site have an underlying zoning of residential, but they differ in terms of what type of residential homes may be built. So to our east is Foxton Village, a subdivision that was built in the early 2000s by Richmond American Homes, the same home builder that our applicant is under contract with to develop our site. Foxton Village features traditional single-family detached homes, lots roughly 5,000 square feet in size. To our west is Reunion Ridge, Filing 1, which was recently platted and is currently under construction by Oakwood Homes. It will feature a mix of single-family residential homes ranging in lot sizes from 5,000 square feet to less than 3,000 square feet. And then to the south is an unplatted portion of Reunion Village 9. Nothing's built on the land just yet, but it is zoned per the Reunion PUD to allow for single-family detached cluster homes and multifamily residential with a minimum lot size of 2,200 square feet. So the first thing that we learned when we were thinking about how we come up with the zoning in our plans is that the context of the site, there are these surrounding PUDs, each of which has underlying residential uses, but each of which is different in terms of the standards and the neighborhood character they allow. So you can see on this map that because our site is not a part of Commerce City, it would be in white, so it is sort of the missing piece of the puzzle, if you will. So we knew that what we proposed would need to fit in the area and complement and really be compatible with those existing neighborhoods that are around us. So that was the first thing we learned when we began to design our plans. The second thing we did was we looked at the comprehensive plan to see what the C3 vision, what the city expects to see develop on the site. So Andrew covered this in his presentation. I'm just going to kind of reiterate it as well. The C3 vision being the document that serves as a roadmap for development within Commerce City. Here's a screenshot of our site as it appears in the comprehensive plan. This is the future land use map, and as you can see, it is designated on this map with a future land use of residential medium. Now, residential medium allows for a variety of residential land uses, primarily single-family residential land uses, townhomes, and it designates a desired residential density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. So we took these two things that we learned to inform our zoning. First, what we knew about the existing uses adjacent to the site, those PUDs that I spoke about on the previous slide with their underlying residential zoning, and then second, this directive from the comp plan for residential medium to be built on the site. So in doing so, we honed in on single-family residential uses as really being the most appropriate use for the site. Closer look at the site here and the two planning areas that we're proposing with our PUD. Planning area A is on the western portion of the site, and planning area B on the eastern portion of the site. And I mentioned just previously that we honed in on single-family residential as the most appropriate allowed use. But in doing so, we wanted to distinguish between what type of single-family residential would be allowed based on these two planning areas. And we did that out of respect for the surrounding context. We know that our site is this missing puzzle piece between these two different residential neighborhoods, Foxton Village and Reunion Ridge. So we intend our zoning plan to work as a transition between those two neighborhoods. And I'd like to walk you through that transition and how we see it playing out in our zoning. Starting with our neighbors to the east, Foxton Village is a neighborhood of traditional single-family detached homes, fairly low in density, and so we're showing that with a lighter yellow color here. And then to the west of our site, Reunion Ridge, which is currently being built, it's going to feature a variety of residential home types. It will include some single-family detached lots similar to Foxton Village, but it will also include cluster homes. These homes are sometimes referred to as motor courts, because they're laid out with multiple lots accessed off of a shared driveway. And those are the homes that are currently being built on the portion of the property directly adjacent to our site. So you can see with the outline of the lot lines, both for Foxton Village and Reunion Ridge, that there's considerable difference in terms of the character of the development that's being built. The Reunion Ridge lots are about half the size of the lots of Foxton Village. So we see our zoning as really needing to transition between these two neighboring communities, and that's what we've built into the zoning before you tonight. So getting into what we're actually proposing with that zoning, we'll start with planning area B along the eastern portion of the site. We zoned it to only allow single-family detached homes. In this way, it would be similar in character and density to Foxton Village to our east. And then for planning area A, because it's adjacent to the more dense product of Reunion Ridge, we knew that it would make sense to allow for more diverse residential options in the zoning, but at the same time, planning area A would need to be complementary to planning area B because they are collectively one neighborhood. So to create that appropriate mix, planning area A will allow for single-family detached as well as single-family attached or duplexes. So while it doesn't allow for the same dense product, the motor courts, the cluster homes of Reunion Ridge, that's not something we envision. It would allow for more dense uses than planning area B. And so we want to show you this transition visually with this color spectrum so you can see that the transition of colors from light to more bright colors, where the lighter signifies less dense residential and the brighter is more dense residential. So in this way, we feel that our zoning really works to establish this transition of respect and understanding the character of the neighborhoods that are around us. And we feel our proposed zoning will work to achieve the goals of the comp plan as this mix of uses that we're proposing, single-family detached and single-family attached, will allow us to meet the comp plan's residential medium density of 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre, which is what we have written into the zoning. I've spent quite a bit of time talking about transitions and compatibility and sort of the thought process that went into our zoning, but it's kind of complicated, and it was important that we explain just how we saw this play out, because we know we have these existing residential neighbors that we have to consider when we came up with our zoning. So that's kind of a step-by-step way of explaining how we landed on the zoning that we're proposing in the PUD before you tonight. We are here, of course, to discuss annexation and zoning. That is the purpose of this meeting. But we, and Andrew mentioned this, we are underway on processing a final plat for this site based upon the zoning for you tonight. This is our final plat, which we have submitted, and that application is processing just behind the annexation zoning application. I mentioned on the previous slide that based on the zoning, the western portion of the site would allow for duplexes or single-family attached. However, the final plat that we are currently underway with right now only envisions a full build-out of the site as single-family detached homes. Here's a graphic look at the final plat currently in process that's been reviewed by city staff a couple of times. One correction I'd like to make to the previous presentation, we're proposing 154 single-family detached homes, not 164, and they would be oriented around the Central Park, as you can see, with street connections onto Potomac Street and then 2 street connections onto Blackhawk Street. And we have that prominent Central Park right in the middle, and we've kind of worked into the design here some cut-throughs. We think it's really important to have walkability be a part of the site design so that our residents can quickly access these different parks. We've got the Central Park, we've got those parks along our eastern edge. And so we've planned out some cut-throughs through the neighborhood that will allow residents to directly access the parks. As well, it should be noted that the neighborhood's going to tie into a regional trail that will be running along Potomac Street, along the western portion of our side, that will be a multi-use path for pedestrians and bicyclists and connect them with the arsenal to the south. Closer look at our parks and our open space and trails. We're proposing 3.5 acres of parks, open space and trails, approximately 10% of the site. You might notice in the staff report that it said that there about 8% of the site was going to be private parkland, but that number's actually increased since our last submittal. We were able to make some adjustments, change our plan, and add about another ½ acre of private park space to our plan. So the parkland we're providing is double the parks requirement that is in the proposed zoning before you and triple the parks requirement of the land development code. We think it's a pretty unique piece of our site design here, and it's very important to us. And so that was something we put an emphasis on. Wanted to take a closer look at the central park that we're planning for the neighborhood. I think that's probably the most exciting part of getting to design residential subdivisions, is thinking about how people will use them on a daily basis and really making something that means something to the community. So this is a close look at that, and we're hopeful that it'll serve as a focal point for community gathering, recreation. We've designed a space that features a large lawn area, a playground and a basketball court, and the park will also feature pet pickup stations and benches, and we really intended to serve users of all ages and interests, whether they want to play a pickup game of basketball or just sit and read a book or have a picnic and enjoy being outdoors. So the next several slides detail the infrastructure improvements that will accompany our development, and we can go through these quickly, but it's important to note that these are improvements that not only the Eberly Place neighborhood will benefit from, but as well the surrounding region will benefit from these improvements. So this is an overview of the regional irrigation lines that will either be installed or upgraded with our project. Zooming out, still looking at the regional irrigation lines, you can see that those improvements will extend up that 1/4 mile along Potomac Street to tie into an existing line at 104th Avenue. Here's a look at the local irrigation lines that will directly serve the Eberly Place property. Here's a look at the potable water lines that will either be installed or upgraded. They will serve not only Eberly Place, but that darker line running along the southern portion of Black Hawk Street will be a connection for future developments to the south. These are our sanitary sewer line improvements that will go in with the project. And here we have the storm improvements, and we've also highlighted that detention basin located in the southwest corner of our site. We will, of course, be building out the streets and providing an internal street network to serve our residents, as well as improvements to Potomac and Black Hawk Street. The internal streets will follow the standard Commerce City local street section design, which we have illustrated in the lower right-hand corner of this slide, complete with detached sidewalks and tree lawns. And then, of course, we'll be providing improvements to Potomac and widening Black Hawk Street to our east. So I think one important thing to note on here as well is that our street improvements are not only going to offer connections for our residents, but I think, I talk about that our site is kind of that missing puzzle piece in this area, and so it's going to provide street connections for the surrounding area. One of the things that we heard at our neighborhood meeting back in September was that some residents of Foxton Village, they have difficulty taking a left at 104th. There's not a traffic signal at the intersection of 104th and Sable, and so until which point a signal is actually warranted at that intersection, they'll be able to use this internal street network to get over to Potomac Street to take a left at the intersection of Potomac Street and 104th as that's signalized. In addition to those infrastructure improvements, we want to mention our commitment to area schools. Our site is located within the boundaries of the 27J school district, and we have been in discussion with them regarding our commitments to student capacity mitigation. This is a copy of the letter that we received from Carrie Monty. She's the planning manager with 27J, and it details our commitment to the school district that accompanies our development, just to kind of blow everything up so it's legible and point out some things here. The letter's drafted off of the 154 units that are proposed with our plat, which will result in 119 new students per the district's methodology. What we've heard from the school district is that they do not want another school built on the site. And their letter indicates that what they're requesting is a cash in lieu contribution of $242,519 and a voluntary capital mitigation fee of $133,210, both of which we've agreed to cover as part of our development. So Mrs. Monty is here in attendance tonight, and she can speak to any specific questions regarding the school district. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening and allowing us to kind of talk through our plan and the reasoning that we arrived at for the zoning that we're presenting to you tonight. And we ask for your vote of approval, and our project team is here, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Maybe this one's for Mr. Baker. Refresh my memory for Potomac Street. Is that part of the development agreement for Reunion to pave, or what is the process of that road?
I think that might be best answered by our folks from Public Works, because there has been a few ins and outs on the both the development agreement that was with Reunion, the annexation agreement that we'll have with this, and then the eventual development agreement as well. I believe that we have Lee Alberson with us tonight who can speak to that.
So the question, the question was, is Potomac Street constructed or identified in the Eberly development agreement? Is that correct? Did I understand that?
Correct. And if not, where does that live?
The development agreement, I believe, has Eberly constructing the east half and Reunion Ridge constructing the west half. On the slide that you saw earlier, there was a sliver to the south that kind of hooked. That's in order to accommodate off-site transitions to get the lane from south of the Eberly development in a safe manner to the full width that's going to be in front of Eberly, it's the Eberly subdivision.
So between both of those agreements, it gets fully paved from 104th all the way to 96th.
That's not correct. Eberly's only responsible for the east half of Potomac Street and the transition, the off-site transition that I mentioned.
East side from Eberly to 104th.
104th, I believe, is already under construction as a part of the Reunion Ridge. Can you bring up that slide one more time? With the,
Absolutely.
it might be easier picture to have the photo. There you go.
I believe it continues a little further north than what's shown on the page,
Okay.
but it does not go all the way to 104th.
Yeah, the intersection of 104th and Potomac is already a full-width intersection that was constructed as a part of the Reunion Ridge development.
But then going towards 96, there's not any development agreement right now for that to get paved out.
That's correct.
Questions from the commissioners?
I have a question.
Commissioner Nuggets?
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Blackhawk, when you go down Blackhawk, it's not really a width as far as a collector. It needs to be wide. Do you plan on adding to that Blackhawk to make it wider? Because when you, as you go down, of course, there's no gutter on the west side of the street. So do you plan on adding another lane to make it more passable? Because, you know, infrastructure was put in by Fox and Village, their infrastructure, part of their project. You know, there was a loan and bond and all that to pay for that. So what is gonna be your contribution that you're gonna impact this neighborhood?
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. We are going to be widening Black Hawk with our development. That is part of our development. That will be part of our development agreement. And that is part of the plans that we have submitted with our plat. As far as another lane, what we're doing is we're widening. I'd like to introduce Ben Satterwhite. He's our engineer.
Yes, sir. What we're proposing is that Black Hawk is a minor collector for the transportation plan. And what we're doing is we're widening it, not necessarily a lane width, but to that full 40-foot wide flow line section. So yes, the western half of that street will be curb and gutter, and it'll be a full width minor collector.
Okay. Now, for the planning, or public works, is the road typically that's well, it's shown here as a minor collector. The street's supposed to be 54 feet in width or 48 or 45 feet? What's the right width of a road?
I do believe that that's 54. Lee, can you?
I believe it's 54.
Okay. So will this be 54 complete then?
I believe this is 40-foot flow line, which is the requirement for a minor.
Okay. So would you consider making this, adding on, so it's, will be a full 54 feet? in
Well,
width?
no, what we're doing is we're adding on to be the full width of the required minor collector, which I believe is 40 feet wide. I mean, pavement, from flow line to flow line to pavement.
I saw that Chris Hodel raised his hand. He's not present now, but is there a way to inquire as to him as what he was asking?
Yes, I just wanted to, this is Chris Hodel, interim city engineer. I just wanted to clarify that the Eberly property is going to dedicate the full 64-foot right-of-way, and like Ben mentioned, the required dimensions flow line to flow line is 40 feet for a minor collector.
All right. And I see that the way the lot plans are set up, the way the streets flow, and as the adjoining neighborhood, which is Foxen Village, and as those folks are going out of our neighborhood or outside, backyard, whatever, and they're looking to the west, and the way your project is set up, it, as far as connecting, it's gonna, a lot of people are gonna lose their view of the mountains, just the way things are constructed. So does that land, does that slope down? Is this, or is the topical part, is it flat, or does it slope down to the west?
The property currently slopes kind of from northeast to southwest, and we're maintaining the existing drainage pattern. I mean, it's not going to be exactly as it is out there today, but that's generally what we're trying.
Okay. So, tributary towards the Platte, so it will drain to the west, or will it? Because I know you have the detention pond in this southern portion, and on that detention pond, is that going to be detention pond / park, or is it going to look like a detention pond?
No, it is not going to be park. It's not going to be counted towards parkland. It wasn't included in the acreage that we presented for you tonight. I think the graphic showed it as well, but that is not included in that calculation. It will solely be for detention
Okay.
at southwest corner.
So the way it looks, the illustration was just illustration, but is it going to have trees there, and as far as hardscape, or what's it really going to, or is it going to be like, because most places in the north, they have detention ponds, and they don't look very attractive.
Well, I mean, the detention pond itself, from high bank down, is going to afford one side slope. So no, I don't believe there's going to be any significant landscaping in there.
Okay.
I know of.
All right. And then as you go south on Black Hawk towards East 100 Avenue, which is on the very south side of Foxton Village, your property kind of goes furthest to the south. So how's that gonna work out with the road there and the connectivity to East 100th Avenue? on
The East
bottom,
100th Avenue?
Yes.
That's a good point.
Which is on the very bottom.
For sure. I'd like to bring the site plan back up, just so we can use it for reference, if that's all right. Works. Actually, I might go over one more to go. So you can see East 100th Avenue, in the southeast corner of this. And your question is, are you asking about the continuation of East 100th Avenue?
Yes, so I know this is just where your property ends. Do you plan on doing anything to the south of there, or is that gonna be part of the detention pond going into Reunion?
Yes, so, here, point this out, that works. Okay, so, just to point out something, I think originally 100th Avenue was anticipated to come in kind of like that. But what we've heard through our plat process is that it will actually continue further south. I don't know the distance exactly, but quite a bit of a ways of our south before it proceeds to the west to meet Potomac Street. And so our property line, it ends there. My understanding is that, and I maybe staff can speak to what is current, a development plan that's being pursued by Oakwood for the development directly south of ours. I do understand that a portion of the area to the south of ours will be a drainage area that will tie into our detention pond.
Okay. So East 100th Avenue will not continue to the west, is that correct?
Not through our site.
Yes, Commissioner Douglas, I can speak to that. Our current master transportation plan does show East 100th Avenue as a collector street that connects to Potomac. Through the site planning process here, when it became clear that the Ragweed Draw detention area would need to be expanded to both handle this development as well as Reunion to the south, it was determined that instead of pushing East 100th Avenue through to the west directly to Potomac, that collector street section would then start at Blackhawk, and Blackhawk would go directly south, past that detention area into the Reunion development, and as Daniel said, eventually veering west to make that connection with Potomac.
Okay, so eventually it will curve.
Yep, absolutely, and border the south side of that regional drainage area that eventually comes. We don't have any current plans in, but all of that, we have done a fair amount of coordination with Oakwood and Public Works and Mile High Flood District on that plan.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now. Thanks.
I have a question. So at the meeting, I live in Fox. So we talked somewhat about 100 going straight across. We certainly can see now why, if it goes straight across, now that it would be a far better idea further south or have it diagonally towards. But I do want to talk about the detention. So also at the meeting, there was some discussion about joining detention, like detention ponds for not only Reunion Ridge, Eberly Place, but also what's the southern, the one that will be south of.
Reunion Village.
Yes, sir. So, are those, is that still in consideration?
Yes, sir, that's the plan. The way we're designing the basin right now is sized to serve the Eberly Place tract alone. But the outfall system, we're making it, where it's easily retrofittable, along the south side. That way, when the regional pond group comes in, they they just dig away at that side slope on the south and expand the pond. The outfall will be ready to go with some minor updates to serve the regional facility in the future.
Just as a suggestion, I think that would make, just like, I think it's Second Creek, it's the open space just north of 104. Bridge crosses right there. But something like that, where water could collect, and yet we could build, have an open space, would be a huge advantage to that are in that area. The other question I had was, you mentioned walkthroughs. Can you give me more detail on that?
Absolutely. Andrew, could I bring the site plan back up? Try out the laser pointer. Yeah, so we have a number of these sort of walkthroughs. There's one right here from this cul-de-sac. And then there's a track right here, right in here, and down here. And the idea, again, is to just, we want our residents to be able to quickly get to the parks that we've planned here and making the community walkable so they have these quick access, these little trails through the community to get to the parks. We think is really adds something to the quality of life that we see for this community.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Any further questions from the commissioners? Thank you for your presentation. We will hear public comment from those who are in person first, and from direction provided by council on Monday, February 6, 2022, we can now have public comment virtually. If anyone wishes to speak at future Planning Commission meetings, please check the meeting agenda and the city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We will now begin for those in person. Anyone that wishes to speak on the case, please step forward to the podium. Please state your name and address, sir. Please limit your comments to about 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you, commissioners and staff. My name is Craig Campbell. My address is 23365 East Piccolo Drive in Aurora, Colorado. And I'm here this evening as a representative of the Eberly family, the owners of the current property today. I'm one of the son-in-laws of one of the 11 siblings of the family. And unfortunately, there won't be a family member here this evening. We'd like to have one, but earlier this afternoon, there was a funeral for one of their siblings. So if you can understand that,
Understand.
appreciate that. But the family did ask me to come this evening and speak on their behalf and have a strong support for the project as presented. They feel that the team of United Miller has done a fantastic job of presenting this project, bringing it forward. The project that fits extremely well, as you've heard from both staff and the team, fitting into the niche that it is between all the subdivisions surrounding the property and how they're letting that transition very, very well. So the family is really proud to have their name as a part of this project going forward with the way it's been designed and the thought and the detail that's been put into it. So I also am here this evening with a second hat. I also am a residential land developer. I have a number of communities around the western United States, master plan communities. So I know what it takes to really design a project and be detailed in that orientation and to make sure you're putting a plan together that does fit, not for the specific property, but for the surrounding area. Again, the team this evening, if you heard, done a great job of tying it to the city's desires, meeting very strictly the components of the city's comprehensive plan, making it the zoning right there. They're not asking for variances on the zoning request and those types of items. So I applaud them for a project that fits in very nicely. The other aspect, as you've heard, I think it's, great that they are here and helping solve some regional issues in the area. You heard they're going to take care of a portion of Potomac Avenue, a regional roadway there, take care of Black Hawk Street. They're going to be upsizing some water lines that go off their property. They're extending some gray water systems. They're also, helping with the regional ragweed detention area with their pond as well. So I think those things are admirable and very beneficial to the city and the city's constituents as well. So with all of that, I just want to say, I thank you for your time again and your dedication to the city, and strongly urge your support in approving this project as it's been presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone further from the public? Please, ma'am. Please state your name and address, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nancy LaPointe. I live at 14131 East 102nd Avenue, right near the sign that you've put up to talk about the property. Now, you can't read that sign in the car. You have to get out and literally stand in front of it, okay? But we got our little cards anyhow, all right? The first time this was brought to the Commerce City Council, I saw an artist rendering. This is the third artist rendering I have seen of Eberly Place, okay? So I'm not quite sure exactly what they're putting in there. We have been told that our mill rate is such because we are responsible for both Sable and Blackhawk and everything in between. Now, we live at Foxton Village, but we're changing the name to Boxed In Village. There is nowhere for us to go. You mentioned there's a problem going west out of Blackhawk, and it's difficult for us. It's illegal for us. There is no way to go west. You can only go east, which means come visit me between 4:30 and 5:30. And if you want to get out, you're going to go down 100th, 102nd, 1 something, and you're going to come out to Sable, where there is no light. That light's over at Potomac, waiting for them to be filled, I guess. But there's no light there. So you still have traffic going in 2 directions that you cross if you want to go west. I understand that the plan is that we don't need any improvements till 2024. However, there is still no plan to turn it to a right-of-way to go west, and that might be considered before 2040. I've lived a lot of places. I lived between Connecticut and California, and you guys are construction crazy. I have never seen anything like this. When we first moved in, it was zoned down the hill, as you mentioned the hill, light industrial and agriculture. Wonderful, what a place to live, because I've got a wonderful, beautiful view of the mountains. When I live out in the East Coast, I live near the water. I want to see it. If I live near the mountains, I want to see them. And we can see thunderstorms, we can see satellites. You have no idea what we can see. And I will take the tumbleweeds and the 3 inches of dust every windstorm over any houses that come up on Blackhawk. What do we want to turn our town into? A place to live or a place to enjoy living? I hate to see that our open spaces are going to the highest bidder, because I'd rather have the view and the beautiful place that we live in than the fact that we need to transition a small spot of open space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments from the public? We will now move to the virtual. Caitlin, do we have anyone registered for the case?
Able to unmute yourself? Stephen Markey, you should be able to unmute yourself if you wanted to speak.
We move on? Is that what the only one?
Anybody else that indicated that not want to speak that would like to now provide comments, please use the raise hand feature. That concludes the virtual comments for this case.
Thank you, Caitlin. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. There were one comment received for the case. Staff submitted those comments into the record. We will now close the public hearing and call on each commissioner. Is there a motion for the case from the commissioners?
Is there more discussion? Well, you closed it, right?
We're going to have a motion and then discussion.
Chairman Popio, and I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
Hang on. I move that the Planning Commission enter a finding that the requested PUD zone document for the property located at 10070 Potomac Street, contained in case Z 9712122, meet the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based on such findings, recommend that the City Council approve the PUD zone document amendment.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion on the case? Mr. Douglas?
Yes, I have some questions. I know this is just for annexation, and just hearing that there was 3 proposals already, I mean, not, well, 3 concepts of how this is supposed to be laid out, and right now we just have the one. It'd be interesting to see what those other 2 were, if the streets were laid out different, and I know that this is just based on annexation, not on the lot layout like you would, which will be before the city. So I'm just kind of confused on this, because, but based on the information that's before me, I won't be supporting this as what's been presented tonight, knowing that there was 2 other, but based off what I have right now. But that's where I stand right now.
Any further comment from the commission?
Yeah, I want to make a comment. Again, I live in Foxton Village. I deal with Sable and trying to go west on Sable all the time. I feel your pain. I really do. At least this now allows us access. And true, you have to go through a residential neighborhood, but it does allow us access to Potomac, where we can now go east or west with a light. And is it perfect? No. But it does allow the residents of Foxton Village an alternative to Sable and Blackhawk. I will be voting for this measure. That's it.
Any further comments?
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to remind us that we're here on a zoning case, and there is a lot of work put into the proposed plat. I don't want to get bogged down into design elements, retention, all this other stuff, because this is an annexation case, if you will. Those minor things, and I'll call them minor to a degree, can be worked out, but at the end of the day, I really need to focus on what the case is before us and the ask from the zoning perspective. So for that, I will be voting for this.
No further discussion? Caitlin, let's please call for a vote.
Vote electronically.
The motion has passed, 4 yeses, 1 no. Again, thanks, Mr. Baker, for staff for the presentation. Ms. Geiger, can you please introduce the second case of the evening?
Yes, the second case is case number Z-964-21-22. This is the Quick Trip Corporation requesting an annexation zone change from ADCO I-1 Adams County Industrial 1 to Commerce City PUD Plan Unit Development Zone District to allow for the development of Quick Trip and other future commercial and residential uses on the remainder of the site located at the southwest corner of US Highway 85 and East 112th Avenue. In addition, the hearing will cover Quick Trip's request for a zone change from previously vacated railroad right-of-way zone Commerce City I-1 light intensity industrial to Commerce City PUD zone district, and I believe Andrew Baker from staff will be presenting as well.
That is correct. Thank you, Caitlin. I will skip over some of the introductions as Caitlin has covered that sufficiently, and I hope by now you all know who I am. Do I need to go through the disclaimers again? Sure. Staff enters into the public record the contents of the case file, the annexation zoning regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the city of Commerce City. All required notification and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, the Planning Commission has jurisdiction to hear this case. In accordance with sections 21-3232 subsection 4, 21-3251 subsection 3, and 21-3350 subsection 2 of the Land Development Code, zone change and planned unit development applications are reviewed by the Development Review Team and the Director of Community Development. Planning Commission holds a public hearing and provides a recommendation to the City Council. City Council holds a public hearing and makes a final decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application based on the approval criteria from section 21-3232 subsection 4, 21-3251 subsection 3, and 21-3350 subsection 2. We're here to review another annexation zoning case, though this one does have a little bit of a special condition, which I'm sure we'll talk about several times. The project size is 37.9 acres and does comprise of 2 separate properties. One of those properties is being considered for annexation zoning of an Adams County property that is currently zoned I-1, which is Industrial 1, to Commerce City PUD. There is also a strip that bisects the property, which was previously annexed to the city of Commerce City as railroad right-of-way. That right-of-way has since been vacated and zoned to Commerce City I-1, which is light intensity industrial. For the sake of this presentation, we will call the project currently zoned I-1, whether that be ADCO or Commerce City zoning, though that will change how some of our proceedings at the end of the hearing go. Once again, we can get to that later. Both of these properties are being proposed into the same planned unit development, which is known as Can-Am. This site under the comprehensive plan, future land use plan, is shown as residential high, as well as a local commercial center. The residential high is basically the next step up in density from what we heard in the Eberly Place project. That would be a density of 8 to 40 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan says that the characteristics of this site generally allow higher density multifamily residential and is appropriate near commercial centers and along major corridors and arterial streets. It should also be located near supporting non-residential uses or within mixed-use developments. Generally, this type of residential is accessed directly off arterial streets or collectors and should be convenient to transit access. Primary uses in the residential high category are townhomes, patio homes, condominiums, lofts, apartment buildings, and senior housing facilities. This category does allow vertical mixed use within buildings and allows small commercial centers of up to 40,000 square feet of building space. Certain public or institutional uses such as schools, open space, libraries are also allowed here because of the locations on arterial and collector streets. We also have a designation of a local commercial center. So in addition to the 40,000 square feet that is assumed by the residential high category, we also have a local commercial center which is meant to provide opportunities for convenience shopping and service needs of a small trade area within or directly adjacent to a neighborhood. Though not all of these potential areas are designated on the comprehensive plan, extensive public outreach and staff work was put into determining where those locations did seem appropriate and where they would be compatible and have the access that is necessary in order to create that appropriate small scale commercial within an existing residential area. These two properties being heard tonight are to be re-subdivided into tracts for future subdivisions. We do have a current final plat proposal which does not subdivide the property into lots, which can be developed immediately, but into tracts that generally reflect the planning areas within this PUD. What that means is that future subdivisions will be necessary in order to develop any of the site. Each of those subdivisions would come with their own development agreement and future PUD permits. The four planning areas which are proposed contain one commercial area and three residential. So though the PUD itself does have a mix of commercial and residential uses, the planning areas that are proposed within would be strictly commercial or residential. As in our last case, the applicant is also applying for annexation and an NIGID inclusion, which will be approved at a later date by the council and NIGID board. Here's an aerial of the site. The property is currently vacant. This aerial imagery does show a single family home that has since been demolished. It is located off of East 112th Avenue and Highway 85. It sits on the southwest corner of the intersection there, located between the Dunes and the Bell Creek neighborhoods. Here's a graphic showing our comprehensive plan. That designation of residential high, which is shared to a portion of the Dunes neighborhood to the north in the condominium development within that. The rest of the surrounding area is showing as residential medium. We also have some industrial and public space as well. Just as a note, as to the east, we have right-of-way for both US 85 and the railroad. The property that's directly to the west is currently owned by the City and County of Denver Water Board and is one of their water storage properties. You can see the star with the L there. That is that local commercial center designation that I had spoke about before. Case history, we have quite a bit. Some of our commissioners may remember this case from last year, as a very similar proposal was brought before both Planning Commission and City Council. But I'll start all the way back at the beginning with a concept plan which was reviewed in 2020. The old railroad right-of-way splitting the property had already been annexed. Though the right-of-way was vacationed, it will be part of the proposed PUD, and through the subdivision process, those lot lines would be vacated as well. The annexation and PUD applications were brought before Planning Commission last year based on the feedback that the applicant as well as staff had received at that time. Substantial changes were made to the PUD, which we'll talk about later, and ultimately an additional neighborhood meeting was held. We got further feedback at a city council hearing, and essentially by the time we had gotten to the final steps in city council, several changes had been made that the applicant felt made this proposal more appropriate, more compatible, and trying to do a service to the public feedback that we had received, both from the neighbors as well as the appointed and elected bodies. But at that time, neither DRT nor Planning Commission had actually had an opportunity to review that PUD in full as it stood when we were standing in front of City Council. The applicants chose to withdraw that application and restart the review process so that both the DRT and the planning commissioners would have the benefit of reviewing these changes that had been made and try to create the best proposal that we can, both from an applicant and from the city side of things. These applications were withdrawn in November. It was resubmitted almost immediately, and we started the DRT process again. The final plat that was under review was essentially put on pause. And as I had mentioned, as with this current proposal, has been revised and resubmitted to not subdivide land, which would be immediately developed on, but subdivided into tracts for the purposes of conveyance. And also making the future development agreements, future PUD development permits, and the phasing of infrastructure and other things a little bit clearer and easier to go along. That final plat is currently under review, though we have been waiting on the outcomes of these hearings to go much further with that. And the PUD development permit, which is also currently under review but on hold as well. That PUD development permit is for Quick Trip. Quick Trip Corporation is the owner of the site. They hope to develop a convenience store and gas station on the corner of East 112th Avenue and US 85. As I mentioned, they also have a current PUD development permit application that is under review but on hold, as the first proposal had a few land uses that are no longer allowed. We have considered a few differences, and that development permit would be revised based on the outcomes of these hearings. The most major change within that would be the large truck fueling. The original application did consider both passenger vehicles as well as large diesel truck fueling as a part of the Quick Trip convenience store and gas station. That is no longer part of this PUD application, and was the first revision that was made by the applicant after we were here in front of the Planning Commission last year. The proposed PUD, other than a few of these small changes that I will discuss, are largely the same as what was reviewed last year, but since we have a few new commissioners, I will go through each of these pages. Pages 1 and 2 being our typical cover sheet and legal description. That legal description does describe two parcels, one of which is the property that has already been annexed, the other as being the county enclave, which is being considered for annexation zoning, and then the entire site, which would be considered for the proposed PUD. Page 3 provides a project summary and describes community character, certain design elements and guidelines such as lighting, landscape design, and site furnishings. It discusses the transition from the commercial uses that are found on the intersection of two arterial streets at 112th Avenue and US 85, transitioning to the lower density residential neighborhood that we see in Bell Creek to the south. It also proposes two private parks and an integrated pedestrian network. Two main entrances to the site, one of which being off of Bell Creek Boulevard and the other being off of East 112th Avenue, and enhanced entryways as far as landscaping and signage conditions for those entryways to the site. Page 3 also comes with the graphic which will show the proposed PUD and the planning areas. So you see those four planning areas which I had mentioned earlier. Planning area A on the northeast corner being the only area which allows any commercial uses. That's going to allow the gas station and convenience store, but will also allow other things like drinking and eating establishments. We have several uses which have been slowly curtailed down to basically meeting what we consider to meet that local commercial center, and those which would be a benefit to serve nearby residents. Planning areas B, C, and D would only allow residential uses. Again, you see the two stars which are locating potential private park locations, as well as the pedestrian network throughout the site. And just one note that I want to make is that due to the location of US 85, there is a 150-foot setback for any living structures that would be placed in planning area B. With a single-family attached or a multifamily development, we could have potential parking there, but we wanted to make sure folks' homes were set back far enough from the highway as to not have any negative impacts on them. Page 4 includes a PUD zoning land use chart and the PUD zoning map, again showing that for planning area split. I have mentioned the uses that would be allowed in all of those, and we'll go on to showing the chart here. What I would like to point out is planning areas B and D, which are located on the south side and next to the lower density Bell Creek neighborhood. Those have a maximum density of 25 dwelling units per acre, a minimum of 8 dwelling units per acre, meeting the comprehensive plan designation of high density residential. We have planning area C, which is located to the north with a slightly higher allowed density at 30 dwelling units per acre. And then again, planning area A being that which is the only one that allows a mix of commercial land uses, such as neighborhood level commercial, retail, and office. Once again, we have parks and open space required at 3% of the entire site. And I would also like to mention that any multifamily products would also be required to dedicate 15% of those projects to open space, which would be a little bit different than an amenitized private park. But both of those requirements model that which is found in the Commerce City Land Development Code. Page 5 goes on to discuss the bulk standards, lot size, lot width, and setbacks. There are separate setbacks that are designated for the convenience store and gas station. I want to reiterate that no large truck fueling is allowed, though because we have commercial uses there, and those specific commercial uses having a bit different of a site design, making clear of what Quick Trip has planned in their development permit for that area, as well as parking standards for the rest of the site. A couple of things that I would like to point out here, and some of the changes, some of the other changes that we had made. You'll see all of the uses lined out and the bulk standards that are attached to them. The residential uses being allowed as patio homes, townhomes, or apartments and condos, and separate bulk standards that go along with each of those. The building height is another change from what you all might have seen during the last proposal. And something that we heard from the neighbors originally, as we went through this, the applicant, as well as at staff's direction, tried to find a nice middle ground between what is allowed by Commerce City's own code and what would be compatible with this neighborhood. And so originally when building heights were set at 60 or 75 feet, which would mimic the actual residential zone district, R3 zone district in Commerce City LDC, those have been reduced to 35, 40, and 50 feet, depending on the housing type and the area in which it's built. And all of those have been specified to match the developments that would be directly across the street. So the maximum heights along the southern edge being the exact same as what's found in the Bell Creek PUD, and the same in the north to the Dunes PUD. Page 6 goes into lot typicals, again, just showing proof of concept as far as the different types of housing products that could be developed, and how that's going to fit into the urban design context of eventual developments. Page 7 shows the land use table. One thing I would like to draw your attention to is, again, those commercial uses only being allowed in planning area A, and then you can see the residential uses only being allowed in planning area B. To speak to the residential uses, as I mentioned, we have apartments and condos, patio homes, single family attached, but we also have foster care homes, boarding and rooming house, as well as assisted living facilities. The commercial uses which are shown, as I had mentioned, we have convenience stores and gas sales, obviously, though the large truck fueling was taken off. We also have other small retail stores that would be allowed here, recreation or amusement facilities. We have personal services and retail establishments, food manufacturing, which is breweries or distilleries or microbreweries, animal boarding, doggy daycare, community gardens, as well as some public and institutional uses such as churches, schools, police stations, fire stations, or child care centers. So once again, a good list of commercial uses in order to make the rest of that planning area viable for another commercial pad and another end commercial user. We want to be flexible to allow the best and highest use in there, but keeping that just to that hard corner of East 112th and US 85. Page 8 discusses the road sections which are being proposed. As I had said, we have Bell Creek as being a minor collector, 112th as a multimodal arterial. The internal road will go from East 112th Avenue coming west from Bell Creek Boulevard. That will be a local residential street. And then as it turns north to Planning Area A and the commercial uses there, transitioning to a modified minor collector, which would allow enough space and services for those commercial users who would be going to Planning Area A. Pages 9 and 10 quickly discuss alley sections, as we kind of seen above with the street sections and alley parking standards, as well as signage regulations. That essentially is a sign plan for the Quick Trip site. All the other developments would follow the Commerce City LDC as far as the residential signage is concerned. This is a look at the proposed plat. As I mentioned, these are closely following the planning areas which are described by the PUD. Tract A as being the eventual Quick Trip site, which will have more room for another inline retail or other commercial component. Tracks B and C as being future commercial developments. We also have tracks for the right-of-way to be dedicated, as well as track D, which will be the drainage area. And the proposed concept plan to give you a look at what all of this could look like. We have the Quick Trip convenience store on that hard corner, and you can see the opportunity for a couple other commercial pads to go there. The two residential components being a different mix of all of those housing types that ultimately will result in the variety and the density that's assumed by the comprehensive plan, and the regional detention pond, as well as private parks and open space that are meeting all of the requirements within the PUD. Staff distributed the requested zone change and annexation applications for review to all the relevant referral agencies. That would be including utility companies, fire district, and internal city departments. DRT does not have any concern with the proposed zone change or annexation. Most of the issues that had come up were worked through during our original review of this site. It became clear that the large diesel truck fueling, as well as some other uses such as hotels, were not necessarily recommended by both the appointed and elected bodies, but the neighbors themselves. And in order to be good neighbors, all of those were taken off. Staff didn't have much to work through on this round of the application, but we did take a closer look at traffic flow and public improvements, as well as the project phasing and how that worked out with the final plat and the development agreements and annexation agreements as well. Right-of-way dedication and improvements for 112th, Bell Creek Boulevard, and the internal roads are planned and would come along with this development. The applicant and staff also worked extensively with CDOT to make sure that planning improvements to the intersection of 112th and US 85 were coordinated and beneficial not only for this development, but for the folks who are living there right now. The approval of this zone change will help implement the community vision for the area as established by the comprehensive plan. There are not many high-density residential areas left within the comprehensive plan. In order to be an inclusive city and provide a variety of housing options for folks, we absolutely need to develop these. And the location near US 85 and East 112th makes that extremely convenient from an access point of view as well. This vision is further established by the local community center that's located on the corner, both envisioned in the high-density residential and one of those few spaces that had been designated for a commercial center in the city. This project approval will also fund needed public improvements to the area, especially at that intersection of 112th and US 85. I've mentioned this a few times, but I do just want to reiterate the effort that the applicant has gone to listen to the public and to change their proposal and application at every turn in order to be a good neighbor and in order to meet the city's guidelines and expectations. During the first round of during the first application review that took place last year, there were 3 neighborhood meetings held, one before Planning Commission, one after Planning Commission, and then one after the first reading at City Council. The main issues that were raised were the large truck access to Quick Trip, increased traffic in general on Bell Creek and 112th, and the need for improvements, some of those improvements being off-site. We discussed the density and the maximum building heights, as well as dust, mosquito, prairie dog control, home values, buffering from the homes to the south as well as to the north, and in general the allowed uses and compatibility. Again, the allowed use of large truck fueling, the use of hotels and motels, as well as a few others, had all been removed. The maximum height had been decreased, and at every step a few of those changes had been made. Again, at that point, the applicant chose to withdraw their application and resubmit the new and revised PUD. So as part of the normal review process for our new application, another neighborhood meeting was held on December 15th of last year. At this point, we mostly discussed the updates to those allowed land uses and heights. The new application was discussed. The issues that were raised were mostly concerned with city processes and the comprehensive plan, location of allowed uses and connectivity and access. I would like to mention that though there are still folks who may not support this project, the tone of these neighborhood meetings absolutely changed at every step, and I think that it was understood that the applicant was making some real steps to try to be a good neighbor and try to fit into the existing framework that's out there. All required public notification was sent out with this application. Postcards were mailed to 291 adjacent property owners. The publication was made in the Commerce City Sentinel, and 3 signs were posted to the property. As of yesterday, staff received 15 public comments, and those were included in your packets. I will try to run through the recommendation criteria. We have quite a lot here, and that's essentially due to the fact that one of these properties is the zoning of newly annexed land. One of these properties is a rezoning of already Commerce City land, and then we have the PUD in general. So again, if I speak too fast or go over anything, slow me down or feel free to ask questions at the end. Section 21-3232 speaks to rezoning or zone changes. So these would be the criteria applied to the strip of land which was vacated right of way. The application may be approved if the zone change corrects a technical mistake on part of the city in classifying a parcel within a specific zoning district. That is not applicable to this application, but this application does meet Section B, which states that the proposed zone district and allowed uses are consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan and any applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city. We have discussed at length why the proposed uses, housing products, and densities all meet the comprehensive plan, and staff finds this application to meet that criteria, as well as number 2, the proposed zone district and allowed uses are compatible with the proposed development, surrounding land uses, and the natural environment. We've discussed the transitions of densities that are meant to be compatible, that create compatibility with both Bell Creek and the Dunes neighborhood, while keeping in mind that we have multimodal arterial as well as a U.S. highway that are located adjacent to that, trying to strike a balance between compatible residential uses as well as a convenience commercial use to serve the surrounding areas. The proposed zone district will have or future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public services, including but not limited to water, sewage, streets, and drainage. We find that the application meets this criteria as all public services are available and have been provided in the proposed PUD. 4, the proposed zone district will have or future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public uses but not limited to parks, school, and open space. The regulations within this PUD mimic those found in the Commerce City LDC as far as private parks and open space. The developer will also pay a fee in lieu to the school district based on the number of homes that are proposed in future development plans. 5, there is a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location, given need to provide or maintain a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area of the proposed use. As I had mentioned, this area is absolutely in need of this development. There are not very many remaining areas for high-density residential or for local commercial centers. We have 2 existing neighborhoods that have built in around these, and while the Bell Creek neighborhood does have some local commercial uses, those are located closer to East 104th Avenue. So these would provide some of those convenience services to not only the folks who live in the north side of Bell Creek and Can-Am, but also the Dunes neighborhood. And the mix of housing products and densities that are contained within, once again, only provide more access and more inclusivity for more folks to live in our city. Item 6, the area for which the zone change requested has changed or is changing to a degree that is in the public interest to allow a new use or density. This criteria is not applicable as there hasn't been change to a degree that a new use is required, but these uses have been contemplated by the comprehensive plan since the adoption of it, and therefore create that compatibility that we've been discussing. Next section, 21-3251, this would be for PUD zone documents. These are the criteria on which we're going to base the whole site, and also those that we had seen in the last presentation. So once again, I will try to get through these quickly, but the approval criteria of a PUD zone document being that document is consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan and applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city, and reflects conditions that have changed since the adoption of the comprehensive plan. I just spoke to that a few moments ago. The PUD zone document is consistent with any previously reviewed PUD concept schematic. This is not applicable as no PUD concept schematic had been submitted prior to this application, though the land uses and design standards are consistent with the vision that had been presented during the pre-application, as well as the previously heard case Z-964-21. C, the PUD addresses a unique situation, confers a substantial benefit to the city, or incorporates creative site design such that it achieves the purposes set out in section 21-4370 and represents an improvement in quality over what could have been accomplished through strict applications of the otherwise applicable district or development standards. This may include, but is not limited to, improvements in open space, environmental protection, tree vegetation preservation, efficient provision of streets, roads, and other utilities and service, unique architecture or design, or increased choice of living and housing environments. We've spoke tonight about the increased choice of living and housing environments and how important that is in creating an inclusive city. I would also like to speak to the strict application of the applicable district standards and the fact that this property is currently zoned for light industrial. And though that may meet some of the uses that are found across the street on Highway 85, it's certainly not compatible with the single-family uses that we see to the north and the south. Staff believes that this PUD zone district would create a connection between those while developing much-needed commercial space to be used as a convenient service to those nearby residences. I would also like to point out that due to the size of the site and the different uses that are contemplated by the comprehensive plan, that being both commercial and residential, that there is no zone district within the Commerce City LDC that would allow this proposal to exist. Our mixed-use standards would only allow a mix of uses vertically, that being commercial on the bottom and residential on top. In order to split the property and convey it in such a way that I've shown you tonight, a PUD zone district is the only option for the applicant. Due to the existing intergovernmental agreement that is between Commerce City and Adams County, this property actually cannot develop within the county and therefore must develop in the city under our comprehensive plan, and once again can only be achieved through a planned unit development. Which does speak to item number 2, which is just below that. D, PUD complies with all applicable city standards not otherwise modified or waived by the city. Staff finds this criteria is not applicable as no minor modifications or variances have been proposed with this PUD. E, the PUD is integrated and connected with adjacent development through street connections, sidewalks, trails, and similar uses. I've shown you how the street network connects with those around it, as well as the pedestrian networks that are within and without the site, providing access to the private parks that will be built in the residential areas, as well as providing access to the commercial, future commercial developments to serve those residents. F, to the maximum extent feasible, the proposal mitigates any potential significant adverse impacts on adjacent properties or on the general community. Building heights and residential densities are lower on the southern planning areas, trying to mitigate the impacts of a bit of a higher density development. Right-of-way dedications and improvements are proposed in order to mitigate the traffic concerns. Commercial uses have been limited to only those that are appropriate within a residential context or those that are serving a local residential community. And as I mentioned over the course of 4 neighborhood meetings, the applicant has attempted to mitigate every one of these concerns in the best way possible. G, sufficient public safety, transportation, and utility facilities and services are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing development. Will serve letters from South Adams County Water and Sand District have been submitted. We also have letters from both the police and fire department that have no opposal no opposition to the proposal. The site is bordered by arterial and collector roadways. Further dedications improvements will only create more access as far as the street level is concerned. H, as applicable, the proposed phasing plan for the development of the PUD is rational in terms of available infrastructure capacity and financing. Staff finds this application does meet this criterion. As I mentioned, we are still reviewing that proposed conveyance plat, as well as how that fits into the development agreement. But again, the proposed phasing at this point is generally acceptable by staff. I think this is the last one. Same development could not be accomplished through the use of other techniques such as height exceptions, variances, or minor modifications. As I just mentioned, this proposed PUD zone district is the only way for this property to achieve the full goals of the comprehensive plan, the entire mix of uses, as well as densities and the variety of housing products that are contained within the comprehensive plan. No variances, minor modifications are needed. It is simply a matter of the mix of land uses on this size of property. Lastly, Section 21-3350 zoning of newly annexed land, which would only apply to that Adams County property. Once again, staff has found that the zoning is most compatible with the city's comprehensive plan designation for the property and therefore meets this section. Therefore, DRT recommends that the Planning Commission vote to forward this request to City Council with a recommendation for approval. Thank you very much for your time. City staff is still here for questions, and we do have the applicant here who has a presentation as well.
Why don't we bring up the applicant, then we can work through questions. Welcome again.
Hello again. Daniel Jennings, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado. I'm also part of the project team for Can-Am. And so we're pleased to be back in front of you tonight. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dan Sheldon with Miller United, as he's going to give our presentation.
Good evening, members of Planning Commission, staff. Thank you for a thorough job tonight. My name is Dan Sheldon with Miller United Real Estate, 6900 East Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Greenwood Village, 80111. I've got a big PowerPoint here that I was about to go through with you. Your staff just did a bang-up job doing it for me. I don't know if you want to see it all again. I can do it from my perspective. It's basically the same information that you just saw. I want to be respectful to your time and the members of the public that are here tonight with us, both online and in the room, as well as your other caseload you have tonight. I don't have any material changes to what you saw tonight from Andrew. So I'm happy to present it to you. If you want to see my presentation, I can save it, and if you have questions for me, I can maybe draw on it if necessary. I do have a short 2-minute video that I'd like to share with you now, though, and maybe leave it at that, and then if necessary, come back to my slideshow if that pleases the commission.
Yeah, there's no new information.
Thank you.
Welcome to Can-Am, a 37-acre commercial and residential development located at the southwest corner of the intersection of East 112th Avenue and Highway 85. A development that will pay for or construct the following improvements: Highway 85 and 112th Avenue intersection improvements, the widening of 112th Avenue to include a median, detached sidewalk, and bike lanes, the widening of Bell Creek Boulevard, including a detached sidewalk, and the construction of new internal road, Florence Street, as it turns into 111th Avenue. The 7 acres of dedicated commercial uses within the Can-Am community could include a new Quick Trip convenience store with made-to-order food and groceries, a new retail or restaurant building, and a new multi-tenant retail building that could include shops and restaurants. These new retail uses will be enjoyed by both Can-Am and neighboring residents alike. Can-Am's dedicated 30 acres of residential land includes a variety of housing products compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, including front-loaded single-family detached patio homes, rear-loaded single-family detached patio homes, rear-loaded townhomes, and front-loaded townhomes. The community will enjoy a network of sidewalks and trails to promote pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. The residential and commercial uses both comply with the city's comprehensive plan for the site, as well as provide much-needed housing stock and neighborhood commercial within the city. With your approval tonight, we will be that much closer to bringing the Can-Am community to life. Thank you.
So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I'll start. We hear quite a bit on the CDOT agreement, right, with Highway 85 on the improvements, right? What specifically are those improvements? I don't remember reading that in
Yeah, so,
our packet.
good question. So recently we were approached by your city staff about contributing towards improvements that would be made at Highway 85 and 112th Avenue. I'm not fully aware of what those improvements will include because I don't think they've been fully designed yet. They've been partially designed, and there's been some cost estimates that have been prepared by CDOT for your staff that we have then used our portion of that cost estimate to make an agreement with the city to put that share of the monies that we would contribute towards that intersection to the city. We pay the city that amount so that when those CDs, the construction documents, are complete, could be a year or two, I don't know exactly when, it's out of our control, our portion of that funding is in account with the city ready to spend.
Mr. Baker, maybe you have more specifics on what the improvements would be? Or from Public Works?
And would that be specifically to the intersection of US 85? I would like Public Works to speak to it. I know that there was discussions of both sides of the road, the orientations of the lanes as well, and widening of East 112th on this side. But again, I think Lee or perhaps Chris might be a better resource on that.
I think if Chris is still on, it'd be more appropriate for him to answer this question.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. The improvements on that intersection include lengthening the acceleration lane, the southbound acceleration lane from 112 onto US 85. That acceleration lane will be lengthened. A cash and lieu contribution to that lengthening will be asked for in the annexation agreement, as will contributions to add a turn lane on 112th east of US 85, and that turn lane is turning south onto US 85. Additionally, there will be a lengthening of the westbound turn lane that's coming from US 85 onto East 112th. That's a left turn lane. That storage length will be increased as well. So those are the improvements that will be requested at that at that intersection.
Mr. Baker, can you bring up the table for the uses? So again, is this related to an annexation and rezoning to I-1, right? We've made a number of promises, right, of what that Lot A can be used. How do we know that, right, it can't be used as a, they've committed with large semi-trucks, right? That's been removed from the original PUD. Walk us through how this table, establishes what they can and what they cannot use based on some of those promises. When I look at fuel sales, would it be the definition of what a minor vehicle is?
That would actually be minor vehicle repair, and so that would be speaking to a convenience store that would have like a Jiffy Lube, for instance, a small repair component attached to it. So yeah, again, that minor speaking to the vehicle repair as opposed to the vehicle itself.
So when reading this table again, how would I find that you couldn't put, a fuel station for semi-trucks?
In the previous PUD, I could bring it up, that there was literally a line that said diesel fueling for commercial trucks, commercial vehicles, which had been removed.
Does it make sense to, again, do you feel like that's strong enough, or does there need to be some asterisk or some parentheses in this table, or do you feel?
I feel that it is strong enough. That is certainly a condition of approval that you could recommend. And I can also say, as the planner who is reviewing that PUD permit application, it would have to get through my review as well.
Correct. I think that was an important concept, right? What this case is about versus what the next step. I think it might be beneficial, Mr. Baker, maybe to, before we get to the public comment, just to explain the steps of approval, right? Annexation,
Absolutely.
zoning, plat, what those steps are during that process for everyone to hear.
Absolutely. So we are currently reviewing annexation and zoning applications. The annexation application actually is not heard before the planning commission. So you hear us refer to annexation zoning tonight. First, planning commission will give a recommendation on the annexation zoning proposal, which will go to city council. City council will then hear both the annexation and the zoning requests. Essentially, what is reviewed for an annexation is mostly legalities as far as what types of properties can or can't be annexed, that being contiguous with city and other matters. The zoning is going to be discussing the uses that are allowed, and then any other type of part of the development that would differ from the Commerce City LDC. That would be specifically for a PUD. Obviously, if we were rezoning to a straight zone district or a traditional zone district, all of those requirements such as setbacks, lot sizes, allowed uses, all of those would already be within the Commerce City LDC. So this table that you see here before you, this PUD zone document, would be the governing document as far as the rest of the development of the site goes. What happens next is the property must be subdivided, and that involves, that can involve any number of things. And as I had said, right now we're currently only platting tracts that cannot be built on right of way. That would be the means for conveyance, so that Mr. Sheldon can convey those residential portions to the eventual builders, and then the Quick Trip Corporation can retain ownership of their portion, and then apply for a PUD development permit. Typically you see a subdivision and a development permit application being reviewed together, as often they have many similar components. A development agreement, which is a legal agreement between the applicant and the city, comes with the final plat, and that will speak to a lot of the improvements that are contemplated in the development permit. And you can see they're all very much intermingled. So stepping back a little bit, annexation and zoning will be heard before city council, which will ultimately approve or deny. If approval happens, then the applicant can move forward with the subdivision and development plan applications. The subdivision is approved administratively, though it is posted for 10 days, and city council does have the option to call that application up for council review. It can also, if it is not called up, be approved upon a consent agenda. The development permit, PUD development permit, that one is reviewed internally by staff, is approved by the DRT, and through that the Director of Community Development. So by the time we get to the development permit stage, the public hearing process has ended, and those applications are reviewed entirely within the city.
That was good. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood the steps.
So with the, assuming, say this PUD is approved, and it's, that's now the governing zoning structure of this, all four of these tracts. If you were going to modify that PUD in the future, say make tract B also commercial, what are the protections on, the same process as this, keeping all those uses that we don't necessarily want in that area from creeping?
To amend a PUD zone document, an applicant must go through the same process as a PUD or any rezoning. So though it's an amendment, it's essentially the same thing. It would still be the same notification, the same public hearing process brought before yourselves and city council.
Any further questions for the applicant or the staff? Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And then based on the 3 times that you've had these neighborhood meetings, I know one big one was the right in, right out. So based on your concept drawings, it shows that you'll have to enter your property off of 112th, not at all from Highway 85. Is that correct?
Let me just check with one of my consultants who's in the room, which, by the way, I do have folks from Quick Trip here tonight, my civil engineer, my planners, my attorneys, and the whole team's here, so let me just check with that. No right in, right out any longer. Okay, no access off of 112th, no immediate access into the site, it's only on Florence Street.
Okay, and I know this is the way this case is presented, but I have to ask, would this be, are they trying to do a metro district here? How things are going to be, like, divided out?
Was the question, are we gonna have a metro district here?
Yes.
That is not contemplated right now for this site. Commissioner Douglas, I'm sorry, I have a clarification. I was just pointed out, I'm sorry, I don't have the site plan up in front of me right now, but we do have an access drive off of 112th Avenue into the commercial planning area A where the Quick Trip is. I wasn't sure if you were talking about 112th or Highway 85.
Highway 85.
We do not have any direct access off of Highway 85.
Okay, thank you. And then it shows that there's going to be a 150-foot setback for the protection. And I'm sure you're aware, a couple months ago, there was a major accident on that corner there and kind of into that area there. So what kind of protection would that be allowed for the traffic flowing across? You're going to have like a high fence, like you normally see, like say for instance, I-470 has these really high fence line for separation. Would there be any kind of noise mitigation as far as the traffic coming off of Highway 85, or you didn't contemplate that?
Don't know yet. I think we have contemplated it, but just can you give me 1 second and I'll consult with my team. We have sound walls and noise. Just a second. Okay. The answer is no. We have no current fencing or walls in our plan right now, other than the 150-foot setback, which will obviously provide for some assistance with any sound from Highway 85, as well as a cushion back from the highway that there was an accident at that location.
All right, appreciate that.
Any further questions?
Yes.
Emma?
Thank you, applicant and staff, for going through this with us. I want to commend the applicant for listening to the community and being innovative in the product types that are contemplated or could happen on the site. Again, we don't want to get into design elements because this is quite the conglomerate of PUD, zone change up, everything else that we just heard. There's 3 really intimate issues here grappled into one. So I do want to thank you on that, but you know, I think to speak to Andrew Baker's commitment to making sure that there are no large truck fueling there, I would think that one of our tools in the Planning Commission box is to say that we could prohibit diesel fuel being sold there, and I don't know how the applicant feels about that, because I've been part of cases before where they say they're not gonna do something the applicant could, and then as we go down the road, I'm thinking of a pawn shop along Highway 2, and says, hey, we will not do this, 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 and this, and right down, no sooner a year later, they have the same things that are there. So I'm looking for another tool to add a condition in the event that Andrew Baker wins the lottery and leaves the city and nobody remembers what he said. So how would the applicant feel with the condition of limiting diesel fuel in this particular development?
That's a very good question, Commissioner. As you know, I think most fueling stations contain gasoline pumps diesel pumps, and many of them have ethanol pumps as well. The current plan as presented to you tonight does not prohibit diesel for your Volkswagen, for your car. It does prohibit truck diesel bays, which were in a prior plan that you may have seen in your packet. We had 5 large bays pulled through for truck. That all came out as part of our collaboration with the community and with yourselves at the last meeting. But diesel fueling for traditional passenger automobiles is currently contemplated and part of the plan for Quick Trip right now. So we could not give that up, or we would lose a whole segment of the folks who come to fueling stations.
So I think about my trip to Walden, and there's a fueling station that does not have for large diesels. And now I have diesel trucks, personal owned vehicles, along with trailers. And if I recall, my trailer and my truck is 55 feet long.
Okay.
And with that 55 feet long, now I have parking pole stations and folks that are really impeding traffic to try to get diesel fuel in a location, such as presented today. So I'm super cautious about the traffic impacts. I know that we talk about road impact fees to say, hey, there's large trucks, what are they doing to our streets? But generally speaking, we are having this conversation about large trucks that get out of first gear, second gear, third gear, and by the time you get into third gear, the light is red. And I literally, on my way over here at I-70 and Quebec Street, a large diesel made a U-turn under the bridge and stalled traffic to do his turn. So to me, the mitigating factor would be limiting that diesel fuel. And so I was trying to get an understanding of where you were at with that, because I think as I get down to 104th, they have diesel fuel, other things, you know, and I think about a quality community for a lifetime. And what does that mean to live, work, play in a community, and what that looks like, and what amenities are there. So I saw some good amenities. I was still concerned with the diesel fuel and the intersection traffic negative impacts that would happen.
Yeah, I hear you. I might bring up, oh, there he is. I might bring up Mike Talcott from Quick Trip to maybe address that. But before you speak, I guess I would suggest that there are plenty of pickup trucks, Suburbans, that run on gasoline that also bring trailers with them that pull into regular fueling stations for gasoline as well. I don't know that it's fair and equitable to a diesel driver who drives a small Audi or a Mercedes that's a diesel 2-passenger or 4-passenger vehicle to say we're not going to have diesel at that station. But let me have Mike address that. The one other thing I want to mention before I forget, I think one way to curtail your concern about in the chart, in the land use table, about not having it actually called out in there, I believe it is a use in your land use, overall master land use tables. The uses that we wanted to put in here are in here. If they're not in here, it can't be done. I see Andrew shaking his head. So truck diesel fuel sales or diesel bays or whatever you want to call it, they can't be done. I don't know that a footnote's necessary. I might ask legal maybe to opine to that if we get down to possibly putting a footnote in there. I don't think we're opposed to a footnote. I just don't know that it's necessary. So with that, Mike Talcott from Quick Trip.
Speaker Ninja, I snuck up on him, you didn't know. Mike Talcott with Quick Trip. Dan pretty much nailed 90% of it. The only thing I wanted to add is that the diesel is a normal fuel for any new convenience store being built out there. You know, along with diesel also comes the possibility of biodiesel. We also don't know what the next possible alternative fuel is. When we design our sites, we actually have compartmentalized underground storage tanks so that if something new comes along that becomes viable and in demand, we can compartmentalize that and start offering that new fuel. Now, to speak to large truck fueling, and I'm not opposed to a footnote, even though I do agree that by it being removed from the use table, it would have to come back before you all and council if someone were going to try to change that and make it allowed. With, let's call it commercial truck fuels, truck stop type of things, they have a totally different pumping apparatus, which is a high flow pump. With and I'm not a trucker, but I've been at gas stations, obviously. But it's a much higher capacity, higher flow, and even a larger diameter. One that can't even fit in a passenger vehicle. It can only go on those large trucks. So
No, we'll let them finish and then I want to. Okay.
that's really all I wanted to add. Dan covered quite a bit of it. I mean, I think if diesel just on the whole was to be eliminated, it would put us at a competitive disadvantage. So I would rather find some other way to curtail that, or if you don't feel what's before you is adequate.
Thank you, Mike. So you did hit on, that was a great segue for the next possible alternative fuel.
Okay, well, it's true.
Yes, and so we are moving into an era of electric vehicles. And so short of going down too far that rabbit hole, we know that diesel is not going to go away. And so now I'm looking to my planning staff, and I don't know how we do this in terms of limiting large commercial trucks. Might you be so kind to elaborate what our mitigation as the city protection for, is it a design concept? Is it a turning radius? I don't know, like how do we go about that? I'm just trying to find a way to put my mind at ease. Give me 1 second, I want to hear from staff and then we'll go. Give me a second.
Thank you. I have a few thoughts on that. One of which would be very simply the design, as you had put it, the turning radiuses that are going to be proposed. The review that we would do for a truck stop would absolutely involve large truck vehicle tracking exhibits. And I remember from going through the first round of review when large truck fueling was proposed, how much space that took up. And you know, I also have a big truck with a trailer. It doesn't take diesel. And you know, I'm personally thinking about trying to get in and get around this gas station, and it may not be easy. It could be a simple design solution. What I would, I guess, ask you is, at what point do we distinguish a large commercial vehicle? Because in my opinion, and as we're sitting here, we could put in a note or more specific language that speaks to semi-truck fueling. And because there was, a use that did speak to that got removed, again, because if it's not expressly allowed, it would be expressly prohibited. However, I don't think that we can serve semi-trucks anymore. So are you talking about a heavy-duty truck? Are you talking about a landscaping truck that has large lawn mowers on a trailer behind it? And the reason that I bring that up is because as a site designer, in order to find out what you could do to limit those, I think we would need to more clearly define those vehicles in which you're trying to prohibit.
No, that's really good food for thought. So now I'm going to be the angel's advocate on this side, is that in my diesel truck, I'm driving around looking for fuel stations that actually have diesel. And just in the core city alone, there have been the 2 gas stations that I go to that now provide diesel, and which makes me happy. So I'm just wondering about some of the design elements and what we could do to just make sure that there's some protections. And I mean, not only on the site, but it's really about the traffic mitigation getting onto Highway 85 and what that looks like. Commissioner Yost, I know you're chomping at the bit here, so
I have one really quick thought for Commissioner Yost. And this was part of the previous proposal when large truck fueling was allowed, and I do believe that this is part of our annexation agreement and is already a part of the proposed plan, that there will be signs on Bell Creek Boulevard, and I believe maybe even East 111th. I'd want to defer to some of my public works folks, but there was expressly going to be semi-truck traffic prohibited on that road via Commerce City signage. That could be another thing that we could apply, that maybe it has less to do with the site design, but more about who has access to those roads that you need to get there. That's just kind of off the top of my head, but another thought, as you mentioned, just a tool in the toolbox.
Commissioner Young?
Well, fortunately for you all, I was a semi-truck driver. Semi-trucks have saddle tanks. So there's 2 tanks on either side of the truck. So in order for it, and I would think that, I mean, all the fuel stations that I pulled into, I wanted two nozzles to stick in both sides of my truck so that I could fuel simultaneously both tanks.
And we're not, that is not part of our proposal. Have dual high-flow diesel going at the same time.
And if I didn't do that, then I would have to fill one side and then pull the truck around somehow and fuel the other side.
Commissioner Amador, we just discussed briefly, we're happy to put another line, another row in the PD, if that would please the commissioners, that says diesel truck, big rig, or whatever the terminology is that you want to have in there, so long as we're talking about the same thing, so long as we're not talking about a Suburban or a Tahoe or something that runs on diesel. It's diesel diesel big rigs, and then next to it saying, not permitted. If you want to have it a proactive statement in the PD, it's okay with us.
Mr. Baker, can you bring up the table again? There was some verbiage I think you included there in the fine print. I must admit, in the bottom right, underneath the allowed use notes. Not shown on the screen, but if you actually pull up the document, I missed it on the.
Mr. Baker, there's a allowed use notes on the right side.
Mhm.
Okay.
Right, I missed it the first time.
I
but then
almost
I saw
thought that we already had a note that said, if not listed explicitly here, that the uses are prohibited.
So what it says is fuel cell uses are permitted up to 5 pump islands, 2 pumps per island for standard automobile fueling. So, again, back to the legal term, I'm assuming a standard automobile would provide those limitations of Tahoe, Suburban. Nothing greater
I
than
would
that.
agree, and I do believe that was our intention. And again, if that takes more wordsmithing to get closer to your vision, I think we're all trying to say the same thing, but it can be hard trying to come up with those black and white rules, right?
No, I didn't see that at first. I think that's a pretty strong statement in there.
Right, and I'll look to my city attorney and my planners to come up with that language of what that looks like for the protections on that, but I think the intent is there. I see our consultants and applicant coming up with some verbiage, but it looks like maybe Sarah might want to say something.
I did not personally review the PUD document, so I would defer to planning with respect to whether there's a definition for standard automobile. That might be a starting point.
I don't think that we have a definition for difference between a commercial or a standard, residential, not residential, but passenger vehicle.
Although I will comment, it does say standard automobile and not vehicle.
And I might point out one other thing. Under general use notes on page 7 of 10, really small font, but on yours here. But Sarah, I don't know if you can see it. It's on 7 of 10. It's right below the land use table here under general notes. It's number 2, and it says unless specifically listed or similar to uses listed within this Can-Am PUD zone document, table of allowed uses by planning area, a use shall be considered excluded unless otherwise approved by the Community Development Director in accordance with the process in Article 4 of the Land Development Code. So it's reiterating, we can't do it if it's not specifically proactively called out on here.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
I hate to call you by your first name, but thank you, Mike.
I'm Dan.
For that.
Dan
Oops,
Sheldon.
Dan, that's Mike.
Mike.
I'm
All right,
I'm
we're
already
kinda
confused
interchangeable.
up here. Anyhow, thank you for the clarification. And then just one other item for the city. You know, I'm always looking out for the best interests of the city. And when I think of cash in lieu for improvements on a road intersection, and what comes to my mind is Tower Road and Pena. And I believe at the time we had to send Councilmember Douglas back to RTD because a negotiation happened cash in lieu 10 years ago. And the cash in lieu 10 years ago would only get us a fragment of what was proposed for improvements on an intersection that had not been designed or something of that nature. So I think about escalation, inflation, and things that are happening in the market right now. And if I were to forecast forward a tad, more for the city attorney again, do we have language for protections of the city for when this thing is designed to at least we're in the ballpark, or how do we do cash in lieu? So we'll do cash in lieu today. Okay, here we go.
I can answer it. If it
Yeah,
please you.
absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
We're spot, I'm not quite sure that's at issue today with the PUD zone document.
No, it wouldn't, but I did hear cash in lieu.
Yeah, and we have negotiated with your staff language for a proposed, yet to be approved by staff development agreement that calls out cash in lieu of us building those improvements again because they haven't been designed, but including a Colorado Department of Transportation cost inflation index. It goes up every day that the cost of petroleum products go up, or pipe, or whatever it is, it goes up. So we have a comment, your staff picked up on that just in the last week or two and asked us to include it, and we agreed to that.
Very good. Good job, Steve and team planning. All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Just Mr. Douglas?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's referred to impact fees. Well, I guess you could say that. The other thing is, as far as height, what's the apron height? Because that right there could also, you know, a truck going on the highway could say, hey, am I gonna make it underneath that apron? So is this gonna be designed, the apron gonna be designed the height for, you know, because there's also motor homes that get pulled and all that, and they are at a certain height, but diesel trucks with trailers and all that, the apron has to be much higher. So
You
is
mean
this,
fuel canopy?
yeah, fuel
clearance?
canopy, yeah.
Just different terms. I think this is something that we work through in the DP still, and we've had one submittal and now we're on hold. Our typical starts at a 14-foot clearance under it. I believe DOT is a minimum of 13, like on bridges. So it'll be tall enough for a truck or a camper to get under it, but that's just standard.
Okay, all right,
Hope that answered it.
yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you all. We'll move to the public comment.
Very good.
We will hear public comment from those who are in person first, and from direction provided by City Council on Monday, February 6, 2022, we can have the public comment virtually. Now we will start with our in-person comment. Any of those present, please step forward to the podium.
Quick question before you get into public. Will we have an opportunity to come up and address public comment as well if there's answers that you'd like to hear or the public would like to
Yes,
hear?
at our discretion.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address.
Matthew Paul, 9803 East 113th Avenue. I appreciate your guys' time tonight. Steve and Andrew, you guys made some great points about safety, recent accident there. Time and time again, Quick Trip and the development company has not had answers. If the citizens were given adequate time, we would have provided a video, much the same, providing details of why we do not need this gas station. Andrew made a point about diesel trucks, F-250s, F-350s, Suburban Tahoes, pulling things in. Dan and Andrew both made the argument against this gas station. A Tahoe running on gas, E85 diesel is towing that trailer in there. It's going to cause traffic issues. It's going to cause accidents. It's going to potentially cause deaths like we had a couple months ago. The city is continually trying to push this gas station, as is the Quick Trip, with their huge team that came out today to represent them. They brought out the big guns to try to influence everybody, in my opinion. And we do not need this gas station. There's some information reading through the packet that doesn't quite sit right. I've been attending several of the meetings, several of the virtual meetings that they held, and there's definitely a disconnect, some misinformation, misrepresentation of what the communities there want and what is in here. We do not want a gas station there. Traffic is an issue, safety is an issue, and it goes on. And I would just ask that you guys be stewards as a commission for the city and for the residents of the community. Be stewards and don't let this be approved, and continue to push Quick Trip to find an alternative option for that. I will commend the developers on finding other avenues, some of the commercial development in there, they've changed, I appreciate that. The renderings look great from this development of houses, things like that. But a gas station is just not something that we need along Highway 85. If you travel along Highway 85 from 76 all the way up to Greeley, there's not a single gas station that is right off of Highway 85. Why should this be the only spot along a state highway that has that gas station? I appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you, sir. Name and address, ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Emily Walsh. I'm at 9825 East 113th Avenue in the Dunes Park neighborhood. Thanks to all of you for your comments and insights thus far. Commissioners, let me start by acknowledging that I recognize this is an annexation hearing. However, I like to think more than one step ahead, and I hope that my comments will encourage others amongst us tonight to do the same. I have a few direct questions for the Quick Trip entourage that's here tonight. When our neighborhoods, Dunes Park and Bell Creek in particular, see a spike in the transient population hanging around our streets, will Quick Trip help to diffuse that? Previously, it was stated that members of the Quick Trip team started as staff in a different location and upheld the highest levels of security and customer service. I'm curious if these folks will be personally responsible for that, or how do we get in touch with the person that will be? How do you ensure that those people will in fact be responsible and adhere to your guarantee? In a previous call, there was a mention of a commitment to providing employment opportunities for the surrounding neighborhoods, that Quick Trip would help to support the surrounding neighborhood by offering employment opportunities. I'm curious if that will be upheld. How will they ensure that is the case? With an increase in traffic incidents and congestion that will begin to emerge around 85 and 112th, will Quick Trip pay for the redesign and construction of the surrounding infrastructure, or will the taxpayers that currently have the foresight to recognize these issues ahead of time and come here and speak about that be forced to pay for it? Is this going to fall on the taxpayers? I'm speaking far in advance of the lengthening of a turn lane or an acceleration lane, because make no mistake, these will be required. Additionally, I'm curious what the commercial center that is boasted in this proposal might be. Well, last I checked, a gas station is hardly a commercial center. Not to mention what happened to the mixed use that we were shown in previous proposals. Now it's 3 residential and 1 commercial. I recognize that concessions have been made, but what's markedly missing from this list of neighbor concerns is that there is no need or want for a gas station, regardless of fueling for large trucks. That was reiterated time and time again. I do want to voice a concern about the misrepresentation of my neighbors in the meeting that took place on 15 December of 2021. Receptive and appreciative are not the adjectives that I would use to describe the tone of the meeting. In fact, one participant was happy that she was still going to be a member of Henderson and not Commerce City. She wasn't concerned about the quality of the bananas at the Quick Trip up the street. It's insulting to see the comments that from my neighbors were considered to be receptive. I'm here on behalf of my neighbors that can't take 3 hours out of their evening to be here and voice their concerns themselves, or who were not adequately informed because the signs that are posted across the street from us are hidden. Finally, the last thing I'd like to note is to the city, the folks from the city. We're looking for quality community for a lifetime. Put in a bagel shop. something else, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for stepping forward. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Mary Flores and I live in 11250 Florence Street. It's right in the corner of 112 and Highway 85. And I'm here first as a resident, but at the same time, I'm here as a member of the community, as a owner of a Spanish newspaper, La Prensa de Colorado. And she already mentioned that the signs was really small. You're not able to read those signs. They put it right by the width, and it's not able to see those signs. And so, in the past meeting, I believe the last one that we have in December, the mayor, Houseman, he told them to Quick Trip that they have to have those signs a little bit bigger so people can see them, can read them. Also, he recommended and he told them that have those signs in Spanish because they didn't inform the Latinos who only speak Spanish. I think it's fair to inform all the communities in each language that they need. So that's my my recommendation for them because they didn't follow up. They didn't follow Mayor Huseman's recommendation. And so the other point is that even if he said that they would try to define the word to add in the documents to see what type of cars going to pump diesel, how you going to inform the people who drive by? I don't know if you want to put a big sign that, oh, this type of car is allowed to go and pump gas, or this type of car is not allowed to go there. So that is a big concern. But the other big issue for me is that I have seen many accidents, and probably you guys know about the accident in February the 25th, where 5 people, young people, kids under 16 lost their lives, 5. So how are they going to address that? I'm asking the city and I'm asking them. What are they going to do to prevent that? Are we going to lose another 5 kids? I mean, every week easily we have accidents in that corner, and it's, you know, it's a lot of traffic that they go 90 miles per hour, and you guys need to do something with that. My first concern is that a gas station truck stop, or if it's only a gas station, will bring more traffic. We do not need that right now. We do not need another accident. We do not need any more kids die. The second concern, as a gas station or truck stop, it will bring more corruption, it will bring increased prostitution, human trafficking, sex trafficking. And I know a lot of people, they do not like to talk about that, about sex and trafficking and prostitution, but it's a big issue. I personally took time to sit down and talk with a few truck drivers, and they do not all the truck drivers are bad. We have a really good truck drivers that they give us an advice, and they said it's not good because you guys have a young communities, try to raise kids in there, and they're going to bring a lot of prostitution, they're going to bring a lot of human trafficking, and one of the truck drivers also is a pastor.
We're at kind of the time, so if you can
I
have
understand,
any
but
final
let
last
me
comments.
finish because, look, they have more than an hour to answer questions. I mean, probably they already have dinner. My family is still waiting for me to have dinner. So, but I try to make a point that we don't need a gas station, okay? So, and back to my point, this truck driver also, he's a pastor. And he said, I can see that nothing good will come with a gas station because it will increase a lot of other things, crime. We already have daily issues in the community. So another gas station that we don't need, it will bring a lot of human trafficking, sex trafficking, prostitution, and like I said, some people, they do not like to hear that, but it's a big issue that you guys have to take in consideration.
Ma'am, we really are at that
I
time where we
understand.
need to keep moving on.
And the other thing is that we have kids that coming from the north community to the south community of Bell Creek. They ride bikes, they walk to go to the school. So we are putting those kids' lives in danger. So I hope you guys take all that in consideration. And one thing I would say, they represent their corporation, they do not represent us as a community. And I hope you all represent us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think just to address a few of your questions, the applicant does not drive the signage, the posting. That is part of our, I think it's part of the land development code that tells notifications, the signs. I think it's down to the font. So it's very descriptive that those standards are not set by the mayor, they're set by the land development code and not set by the applicant. So the process is the same for all cases. Any further comments from the public for those that are with us today? We will now move to the virtual portion. Caitlin, can we? I think you're on mute.
Renee Millard, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Bill Highmore, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Mariah Egan, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Mariah Egan, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Joseph Carrillo, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Joseph Carrillo, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Matthew Paul, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
I spoke. The rest of those people were online. I'm not sure if you have an audio issue.
Alex Payan, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. I'm Alex Payon from, I live in 11250 Florence Street. I would like to speak on behalf of the neighborhood because I live right across the street from on 112th from where the gas station would be. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. So we've had trucks parked right there on the field or whatever, and it wakes me up every night that they do park there. You get a lot of traffic. They talked about the accidents. They talked about the traffic lights. Just to get into the neighborhood, it sometimes takes 2 to 3 traffic lights to make it to the into the neighborhood. Just because the traffic light on 112th turning into or from I-85, it's so quick, 30, 40 seconds, and it's turning red. We have no, I don't know, how would I say it? It's more of a traffic problem getting in and out of the neighborhood, and you put a gas station in across the street from us, and it's gonna make it a nightmare. You have no access, you have no parking, we have no need for a gas station. On top of that, all the lighting that we're gonna get from the gas station from the canopy, from the store, all that is gonna be on all night, right? We're gonna have more traffic. We're gonna have more people hanging around the gas stations. We don't need none of that. As a neighbor, we bought these places because it was a nice, easy access to the highway. It's a beautiful neighborhood. And you go to try to put a gas station and it's just gonna depreciate the value of our houses, but yet it's gonna make them more money. I don't believe that we need a gas station here in the, around this neighborhood. We got one on 120th, Tail Feathers, which they had talked about it was gonna be condemned. If they want a gas station, put a gas station there. Buy that old one up, modify it, whatever, put a quick trip there. We got a gas station on 104th. Traffic is a nightmare getting in and out of this area. With the way the traffic lights work, it won't work for us. I apologize if I took too long, but I would recommend not putting a gas station in our neighborhood. And I would appreciate it if you guys would help us to stop putting the gas station there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, guys.
Leslie Holmes, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, hello, my name is Leslie Holmes. I live at 11250 Florence Street, Unit 23A. Just like the previous speaker, immediately across from this planned gas station. Of course, this is well positioned for $1 million company to generate more revenue at the expense of this neighborhood by destroying it. We are concerned about our safety, increase in traffic, pollution, and noise. This planned gas station is in the middle of 2 residential neighborhoods, and you say there's community interest and benefit. This is not for our community. This is for profit, as Quick Trip states in their profile that they seek to be the dominant convenience and gasoline retailer in the market. Criminals prey on gas stations. This proposed gas station will be open 24 hours, bringing crime, traffic, noise, light, chemicals, just crime to our neighborhood. There's a foreseeability of an increase in crime in the above items that I stated. Due to the high crime statistics involving gas stations, many states require gas stations and convenience stores, which remain open late at night, to implement special security measures to prevent those foreseeable crimes. There was no crime study done on the impact of 24/7 gas station that is proposed, so I did some research. The Center for Problem-Oriented Policing states that 8.3% of robberies occur at gas stations, late night retail establishments, where a gun or a weapon is used to force the cashier to hand over money. The crime of robbery is mainly nighttime crime, increasing after 8 p.m. and subsiding after 3 a.m. in most areas. The increase during winter months because of extended periods of darkness. Dozens of robbery studies have indicated that robbers like isolation, prefer lone victims, good escape routes, and few witnesses in addition to a good cash score. Quick Trip offers all of this, easy in, easy out. Convenience store robberies is just one aspect of the largest set of problems related to this. They're prone to crime. It's going to devalue our residences. It's going to bring more eyes to our community, which is unwanted. There's so many other places that this gas station could be built, but not in the middle of a residential community. To keep stating that this is a much needed commercial space. The space allotted is not very large for other uses. The convenience store is the majority occupier of the space. The traffic study done says it's expected to generate 7,006 weekday driveway trips, with 663 of those trips occurring during morning peak and 633 trips occurring during the evening peak. This is a phenomenal increase in traffic over the time that this would be built. We just had 4 deaths from speeding. Increased traffic will make this situation worse. The city can't even keep a workable bus stop. The accident demolished it in February, and the one on the opposite side has also been destroyed in an accident. There's no setback on this corner where the gas station is selected to be. So if another rollover happens, because that rollover nearly went into the field, it could easily hit the gas station. Also, Highway 85 has racers, so I can just foresee these people pulling into the gas station, revving up their vehicles at night, and then taking off. There's nearly 1,000 protests on the combined petitions that we have on change.org. You know, previously y'all said that this was for the neighbors, and this isn't for the neighbors. This is for profit. It's been over a year, and when I was watching this video and the plat maps, they still couldn't even update the completion of the Dunes townhomes in that video. We're fully built out here, and it shows a vacant field, so it's really kind of, it's not true to form on what's really happening here. So I just, you know, all of the other commercial uses that you stated all sound good, except for the gas station. How would you like a gas station in your front yard? Because that's where it's gonna be. It's gonna be in my front yard. And Mr. Andrew Amador, I really appreciate everything, all the questions that you asked, and I feel you really are for the people. And you've stated several times, you know, quality community for a lifetime. This is, you know, our home. We don't want a gas station here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cassie Ratliff, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Jim Warfield, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Jim Warfield, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is Jim Warfield. We live at 9947 East 113th Avenue. And I would just echo what's been said by a lot of the other residents. We have lived in the neighborhood and we don't want the gas station. There have been several accidents right at 112th and 85. We lost our son at that intersection. And I watch continuously, almost daily, people running the red lights, whether it's going north or south, turning. It's just constant. So I know that it was stated that there was a traffic report done here, but I don't see how it was done, because if I would say probably throughout the day, I see truckers run the stop signs or stoplight. I see regular drivers run the red light. And if there was a gas station added, I could only see traffic getting worse. So I'd just like you to consider that.
Sorry for your loss, Mr. Warfield, and thank you for the comments.
Brian Kennedy, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Mumby, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Brooke Litton, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. Monica Scafuro, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I live at 11250 Unit 16B, and I would just like to say a couple of things. So my fiance and I are young. We are 24 years old. We bought our first ever home here last year. They promised us when we bought this house that that space across from our complex was not going to be used commercially. I would not care if it was a bagel shop, like it was said before, or a restaurant or a brewery, or even just like a Starbucks or something. But we have a 7-Eleven right down the street. We have a Conco off 120th. Then we have that other gas station a little ways away. You know, if you were to put the Quick Trip or whatever it's called, you know, 5-10 miles north of us, where there are all those dealerships, where there's all that land, I mean, I think that would be such a better idea. You know, not impeding the traffic that's, you know, getting right on the highway right there, where it's, you know, 104th is such a busy road. So don't see as a new homeowner in this complex. This is our first home. This is something we've never had to deal with, like fighting the city and fighting a big corporation to be able to grow our family in a complex where we don't have to worry about, if I take the dog for a walk, like, is there going to be more crime in the area now? If, we take our kids outside, like, is this going to be something that I can't take my kids outside past 6 p.m., when it gets dark? That area could be greatly used for a nice park, some more houses, a nice little strip mall that has, some better, I don't even know the words to say because I'm just so frustrated that we want to put another gas station, less than 2 miles away from a 7-Eleven that's right down the street and away from more gas stations that's up 85. And, there's all those dealerships right up by Brighton. So, if you want to put a truck stop up there. But, that intersection needs work. I mean, there were kids that died the other day. There was an accident I saw literally the week after those kids passed away in the intersection. I mean, there was a car that slammed right into the fence of our complex, and they're saying that there's going to be no 85 access from the highway to this gas station. So that means that they're going to go off of 112th. So they're going to block up all of 112th, and then where you hit 112th and Brighton Road, I mean, now there's going to be a stoplight that's going to be needed to be put over there, and they just fixed that bridge. They just fixed the other bridge on 112th and Brighton Road. So I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stephen Markey, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. If there is anybody else that indicated that did not want to speak that would like to now provide comments, please use your raised hand.
Am I able to just to start speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mariah Agan. I live at 11250 Unit 6, Florence Street, Unit 16A. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has already gone over, but I will say my company recently moved in across 85 at 106th. We are a large gas line installation company, and I will tell you, my guys love using 112 and 85, and they will definitely be going into that gas station with their big rigs. They won't care if they're going to have to weasel their way through there because that's what they already do at the other gas stations. So definitely not having diesel there is not going to stop them. They have big trailers, they got big trucks. They're going to go in there and they're not going to care. They're going to run over the gutters. They're going to run over whatever they freaking want to because they don't seem to care. So I'm just saying that that's going to cause a huge traffic issue. They've already done it at 88th and the frontage road. They do it at the 104th Conoco and 7-Eleven. So just keep that in mind. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes the virtual comments for this case.
Thank you for those that you discussed. I think there was a couple of themes that came through with a number of those comments. I think, Mr. Baker, I think it would be good to address. One, as part of our land development code, your process of, lighting off property to ensure, right? We have a number of those type of codes in place as protection for the community. Maybe you can speak on, that site development process and ensuring that, right, we don't have any foot candles off property lines and those type of things.
Absolutely. What you're referring to is called a photometric plan, which essentially takes all of the lighting on a site and adds a numerical value to that, which is called a foot candle. That's applied to the entire site and even off-site. And city code essentially requires that no off-site bleeding will occur, at least to the degree that wouldn't already be caused by streetlights or normal traffic. I know that even based on the concept plan that we put forth today, and even though these conversations had taken place a year ago, myself and the applicant had already gone down the road of orienting the gas station so that when parked at a fueling pump, those headlights wouldn't be necessarily going directly into the neighborhood adjacent. Obviously, there's some of that would occur, but trying to mitigate that as much as possible. We also discussed certain other mitigations such as landscaping that could be placed there that even outside of the light that the business that would be caused, which would be treated like any commercial project in the city, and would be, forced to have cut-off light fixtures, anything that's, those LED lights and the attachments that they put on them to make sure that none of that bleed off happens. But again, even additional landscaping or other type of site furnishings to try to mitigate that. We absolutely were, aware of the proximity to all of that traffic there, and doing our best to mitigate that as well as possible.
And then to further provide clarity on, again, as Mr. Amador said, it's a very complicated case of currently being in Adams County currently zoned I-1. Is that correct? So it's currently zoned as industrial.
Absolutely.
I think it would also be prudent to hear from the applicant to address a number of the concerns that we've heard from the community as well. Specifically, there was, again, back to a couple of the items that I wrote down from the community is, one, security seems to be of great concern.
Okay.
What is your process?
Okay. I might touch on a few items that I heard that I think are important for the commissioners to hear first. Then I'd like to bring up Mike Talcott back up from Quick Trip to address security. And then finally, if it pleases the commissioners, I'd like to bring up our traffic engineer to discuss some of the traffic concerns that you heard here tonight. So first, just a couple of items, and I think I tried to hear and listen to everything everyone said. We heard a lot about not needing another gas station. This convenience store that we're proposing is replacing one that's going away. I just want to make that abundantly clear. The Tail Feathers station at 120th and Highway 85 is going away. I don't know the timing of that, but that is part of a CDOT condemnation that is happening for a flyover bridge at that intersection. As far as putting in a bagel shop, I love it. That's our plan. Frankly, I don't know if it's a bagel shop or a pizzeria or a neighborhood pub, but those buildings that you saw next to the Quick Trip, we're not doing these models, these 3D renderings and showing them on our plans for sport. That is our plan. We're going to go out to the market once we get approved with our zoning. Doesn't do me any good to go out to the market today when I don't have anything zoned to be able to lease or sell to somebody. But once we get the approvals, if we get the approvals, we will be out to the market looking for restaurants and shops and those kind of uses that you saw in that video. We heard from Ms. Flores about Spanish posting signs in Spanish. I can tell you that we posted the signs that the city provide to us, and I don't know offhand if did they have it in there, do we know? Andrew, do you know, did the signs have Spanish on them?
They do. They do have directions for those that speak Spanish and need interpretation or explanation on the project, and there is contact information given. I would also like to point out that the applicant provided Spanish translation during a couple of the last neighborhood meetings as well.
I was just about to say that. We provided English to Spanish and then Spanish back to English for those who had questions for us that could not communicate with English. We're going to talk about traffic in just a moment, and we're going to talk about security. I think that's all I wanted to for sure hit on, though, that I wanted to address. So we remain here ready to answer any additional questions you may have after you hear from the next two speakers.
So, security, usually this is part of the, the actual like site plan presentation. I have a lot of pretty pictures to show you, but every one of our stores has security cameras so that, and I'm barely exaggerating, every square inch is covered by security. Backed up DVR, it's 24-hour live monitored. The founder of my company, his family still owns it, and I used to hire and train people in the stores as well, and it was always one of those things that we preached and we lived. And I have a teenage daughter, and he always said, if my granddaughter can't work in that store safely, we're not going to have a store. To that end, we've had these state-of-the-art security systems. Every employee has a wireless remote. There's buttons behind the check stand. There's buttons in the coolers. Besides the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week live monitoring, the minute one of those buttons gets pushed for any reason, and once again, I used to train employees in the stores. It's not just if you're getting robbed. I mean, if you see an accident on the street, if there's a block over, you see a fire. Our employees are trained to hit that button, and then our security system will alert the authorities and get people rolling. Not just our site, but everywhere around us, we want it to be a safe place for everybody. Our sites are designed so that there's no hidden corners, there's no hidey holes. Each one of our shifts, we're split into 3 shifts a day. Part of that shift is every half hour, the assistant manager or one of the clerks on duty has a set of tasks, which include going out, walking by each of the pumps, picking up trash on the lot, and then also, I say this from experience, that's when I would see anything on the lot that didn't look right. And as a clerk, they're trained to come in and tell the manager on duty. And if it's something that needs police called or just someone to go out and go, hey, are you all right? Because that happens too. That's something that the manager takes care of. It's something we take very, very seriously. 2 of my sons have worked at Quick Trip also. Any other questions? I mean, that's a broad overview. Normally I have a picture that shows all the scope of the cameras and all that stuff, but. Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, I would like to call up Shelby Madrid from Kimley Horn. She is our engineer for the project. She'll be able to answer some of our questions that we've heard from the public tonight on our traffic concerns and whatnot. Shelby.
I'm Shelby Madrid with Kimley Horn. Related to traffic concerns, we do hear it a lot. Traffic impacts, how does that relate with fuel stations? One of the things we like to point out, and statistically as shown, is that fuel stations generate approximately 60% of fuel station traffic is actually what we call pass-by traffic. So it's people that are already at that intersection of 112th and Highway 85, and they're on the way home, they're on the way to work, etc. So 60% of that traffic is already existing traffic that is just turning into that fuel station. Another comment we wanted to point out, we have been working extensively. I know someone mentioned the traffic impact study. We have been working extensively with the city and CDOT on developing a traffic study that is fully comprehensive and takes into consideration and understands the concerns that we've heard recently as they relate to safety. As part of that redevelopment of the traffic study that we have worked through recently, our analysis showed that we should employ a 4-way stop at 112th and Florence Street. This will help increase the safety in the area by reducing crash rates and reducing collision speeds if there are accidents, which hopefully does help decrease fatalities in the event that they do happen. One last comment we wanted to touch on as it relates to traffic and understanding truck maneuvering internal to the site. The site is designed specifically for the not commercial vehicles, those standard vehicles that we were talking about for that maneuverability through the site, effectively decreasing any type of movement through the site for a semi-tractor trailer to access the site and preclude traffic and create problems. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Based on your traffic studies, you did not mention accidents. How many accidents has occurred in the last 5-10 years?
You know, I don't have that information off the top of my head. We did include, at the request of the city, they did provide us traffic crash data for the surrounding area. And again, that was provided data from the city, so thank you for that. And we did add that into our study. Our other traffic engineer, Jeff, do you know those numbers off the top of your head? If you would like those numbers, we can definitely pull them from the traffic study. I apologize. There was, do you know them, Jeff, off the top of your head? Jeff Plank with Kimley-Horn as well. He is our traffic engineer who did.
Hi, Jeff Blank with Kimley-Horn. I'll prepare the traffic study for 4852 South Ulster Street in Denver, Colorado. I don't have exact data over the top of my head, but I do know the data was provided in the 3-year window, and there was 11 accidents at US 85 intersection with 112th Avenue, and 20 accidents along the corridor of US 85 in the segment of this area. The crash rates at 4 of the study area intersections that were required to analyze, 3 of them were under the national average for crash rates for million entering vehicles. The one intersection that was a higher rate was slightly higher, and that was what Shelby alluded to with converting to all-way stop control to lower the crash rate and reduce collision speeds at that intersection.
Okay. And I know what was said earlier about tail feathers possibly closing. I'm not aware of that. I know the owners of that facility, but also know on Highway 85 corridor, Highway 85 is supposed to pretty much free flowing. And I know if there's going to be any improvements on 120th as far as the flyover, so that means 124th will be closed for full movement, and so will 112th. And that's what the traffic study has come up with. If there's any improvements as far as the flyover, 120th, those 2 intersections now that are full movement will be shut, so they're just north and southbound only, and not east and west and north and south, not a full movement. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we're working with the city and CDOT on determining the appropriate improvements in the corridor due to the flyover. And that's more of a item with CDOT, but we are working with them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So I guess to follow up on that question from Mr. Douglas, right, how does that play into your recommendation based on the traffic study for this particular case, right? You have the number of accidents, right? We've heard, I think, from the city engineer of the improvements on Highway 85. So can you put a bow on this of what did the traffic study conclude and what are the improvements are, so we're crystal clear?
You know, and it's consistent with the study that's ongoing with CDOT. Is providing left turn lanes on the minor approaches along 112th Avenue. Right now, they're currently shared left through, which requires split phasing of the signals, which essentially means the east leg goes and then the west leg goes. And that's not ideal at a traffic signal. And so getting the left turn lanes allows for removing the split phase and having the east leg and the west leg operating simultaneously, which improves operations. And previously discussed was extending the auxiliary turn lanes along CDOT highways, eastbound to southbound acceleration lane, and northbound to westbound left turn deceleration lane.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, if there's no more questions for us, I'd just like to make a kind of closing remark before you guys begin your deliberation.
Sure.
I think in closing, what I'd like to leave you with is we have been trying to balance this project with the city's needs and wants, a comprehensive plan that calls for high density in a local commercial center in which a fueling station or convenience store is part of, with what the community wants. And that's been a tough balance for us. It really has. It's tricky. And we feel like we've put forth quite a bit of outreach. We have provided what we believe to be a whole bunch of concessions, whether it's height of buildings, setbacks, densities, or the removal of the diesel truck fueling. At the end of the day, we believe that this proposal meets with the criteria that's in front of you tonight, in which to recommend approval of this zoning. And we would ask that you approve it based on that criteria tonight. Thank you.
Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. There were 20 written comments received. Staff submitted those comments into the record. We will now close the public hearing, and we'll call upon the commissioners for discussion, I think, before we call for a motion. Mr. Douglas, would you like to start?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion, but before I do that, just listening to the comments, and especially this has been reach out to community several times, and I feel that things are getting there, but has some more tweaking to do, and there has been a big need for commercial and retail. But then again, I know our city is over when it comes to, even though this annexation and all, we have a lot of convenience stores here, a lot of 7-Elevens, and just hearing from the community what those needs are. And so that's all I have right now, but I do want to make a motion, but I want to hear from other commissioners first.
Just a point of order to help clarify things for the commissioners. There are technically 2 requests tonight that were at issue for the hearing. So the clearest thing would be to have separate motions addressing each of those requests. So to the extent you need assistance, myself or Mr. Baker can help with that.
Yeah, just for clarification, right? So there's the one strip of land that's already in the city that they're asking to rezone, the old railroad right-of-way, and so there'd be a motion on that to approve or approve with conditions or deny that PUD. And then there would be a motion for the remainder of the property that's currently in Adams County for that PUD. So it's the same result, but there are 2 different motions because it's 2 different discrete pieces of land. One piece that's already in the city, the rest is already in the county.
Okay.
And to clarify, there were different criteria associated with each of those requests, given that one was already annexed, one parcel was already annexed and the other was not.
Okay, I don't see those.
Steve, yeah, is that an updated?
The motion you have in there, it can just be, we can just add a little phrase that's something like the existing city included I-1 strip or the unannexed piece, right? And then you can make your motion in response to that area.
So to clarify, the first motion would be to annex.
You can do the first motion. The first motion could be what's in the staff report, right, for the area that's unannexed currently. And then the second motion would be the existing piece of property that's already in the city that's currently zoned I-1.
To try and not make this more confusing, but to add to what Steve is saying, so there are 2 different parcels at issue, right? One that is yet to be annexed, and the request is an annexation zone change, which has different criteria in the LDC referenced in the staff report. Then the second request for a zone change from the previously vacated right-of-way that's zoned light intensity industrial to the PUD. So my recommendation would be with your motions to reference the specific property, one of those properties. So to the extent the motion is addressing the annexation zone change, you would reference that. And then any motion addressing the regular zone change, reference
With the
that.
PUD.
And then, does that make sense? And then with respect to discussion, any reference to criteria should be the appropriate criteria appropriate for each of those requests.
again, from a logistics standpoint, I think it would make sense from the commissioners to make a motion on the annexation. And then from there, the second motion would be if we agree with the annexation, now it's been annexation, that it conforms with the PUD. So can I call from the commissioners for the first?
The annexation zone change requires compliance with the PUD zoning criteria as well. So
Okay. For that one place. Okay.
So in the annexation case, that's the Z964-21-22. Would that include the annexation?
We can clarify, yes, and say that this first motion will be for the unannexed piece of land, right, from ADCO I-1 to Commerce City PUD.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can make that motion if you need me to.
Mr. Miller?
So I move that case Z964-21-22 be annexed from Adams County I-1 to Commerce City with the condition.
sorry, just a point of order. This isn't a case for actual annexation. It's for an annexation zone change, so it's a zoning change from the Adams County zoning to a Commerce City PUD.
Zone change.
Yes, with, okay, so now I'm confused.
So if you look,
If we could just, let's make this easy, if the attorney could just write what the motion would be so that we're clear on which case this would be and making sure that the verbiage is solidified, might that be possible?
I'm not sure if I can write it at the moment, but if you look on the staff report of the recommended motion,
Are you on page 252?
yes, correct. The wording would be almost the same, except that, assuming you're recommending approval, but that is, up to you, but, you would say at the end of the case number, you would say, with respect to the annexation zone change. I think that would clarify that. So just add annexation zone change after the case number.
If the commissioners desire, right, we can take a break real quick for 5 minutes and write that out and make copies for you all, if that would be beneficial. It's up to you all on what would be good.
I'm gonna look to the chairman of the board, but I'm not completely clear on what the motion would be legally to make sure that the annexation is tied to conditions of whatever happens next in the condition of approvals and
Right.
motions. If we could just take 5 and get that, and then we could possibly, but I'll look to the chairman of the board, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're at probably a good stopping point to take a quick break here. Why don't we, I make a motion that we take a 8-minute break, reconvene at 9:45.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? We can do a voice vote.
I second.
I'll say aye.
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 Thank you.
Hey, good, how are you? Huh? Well, I said, oops.
10:45. We will now call our planning commission back to order. Thank you all for your patience with us on that. We'll go back to the commissioners. Is there a motion for the case?
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Douglas?
To make a motions with approvals with conditions. So first of all, I'd like to move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested zone change from the vacated rights away zone Commerce City to I-1 to Commerce City PUD meets the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based on such finding, recommend the city council approve PUD zone document amended with conditions, with the following, okay, so that's just one, right? We vote on that one?
What are the conditions?
Yeah, if you want to finish your conditions.
Oh, okay, recommend conditions are, I move the planning commission enter and find that request, that the requested PUD document for property located at the southwest corner, 112th Avenue and US 85, contained in case Z-964-21-22, meet the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based upon such finding, recommend that the city council approve the PUD zone amendment subject to the following conditions. I make a motion to not have a gas station as a condition.
Second. Discussion from the commissioners?
So I think on this one, so my view on this, based on the future land use plan, the way the residential areas are designed, they're designed to be continuous residential with a local community center or commercial center. The local commercial center definition, in my view, does not mean a fueling station. So for that reason, I vote, or I will, go along with what Mr. Douglas put out there.
So, Mr. Douglas, I think to clarify your condition, if we were to look at the table of allowed uses, your recommended motion would be to remove the fuel sales from the table of allowed uses.
Yes, to clarify.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Jost.
A lot of what I hear from the community is buying retail. In every retail situation, there has to be kind of an anchor for that retail to be built around. A vehicle to draw the public into that particular area or into that retail location. I think that is why a fueling / convenience store is so important to draw that retail in. That's all I have.
I do want to speak as well. So I'm conflicted, and I'm really, really conflicted here because I hear community need, and I look at the Land Development Code map, our comprehensive plan map, and I look at the Land Development Code and the acceptable uses. There's at least 20 acceptable uses in a commercial zone district, if that makes sense. And I think about what's going on in the market for first-time home buyers. And someone bought their house there first. And today we propose a convenience store, and as we try to mitigate negative impacts to our community through what we can potentially control of development that goes in. So I'm not anti-development, don't get me wrong. But the fueling station really conflicts me because of the traffic that would be there and some of the negative impacts, not in its entirety. I did hear the applicant say that they heard what the community needs, but I'm not sure that, from what I've heard tonight, that the community really needs or wants a gas station. And so for that reason, I will be voting yes with the conditions of no gas station because of the impacts to the existing community that was there. I also look at the way the comprehensive plan zoning is outlined across Highway 85 right there. And if I were just to kind of color code this, if you will, there's a blip of red right on the corner in all of this kind of residential. I get it, it's orange, PUD, but there is commercial uses, whether that's a Starbucks as an anchor, so we're fueling ourselves instead of our gas tanks. Could be construed different ways, but for those reasons, I will be voting for with the conditions. Thank you.
There's many good parts, I think, to this portion. Obviously, you have to appreciate the applicant of hearing, from the community, from when the last time we heard this case, like Mr. Baker said many months ago. It conforms a lot to the master plan, the high-density residential along that corridor. I think there's a lot of great things on the setback that has been taken into account on that. Again, just as Mr. Yost said, also providing the opportunity for commercial that we've also heard from the community that we would like along that corridor. Along with Mr. Amador too, I am torn a little bit on the fuel sale service side, that I think if that was the last hurdle from what we've heard from the community, that might bring this case through. For that, again, I'll also be in favor with what the recommendation is on the table.
Can I also just add one more thing? So listening to the public testimony, and I believe it was Mariah that stated that there's her company that she works for and her drivers, I'm just gonna call it her drivers for lack of a better term, run over everything and, to get the cheapest, fastest way to get fuel. And in my mind, if there was not a gas station on 104th and not a gas station within a 10-mile, 20-mile radius, I would probably think a little bit differently. So I think the thing that really solidified that some of my mindset as well is this testimony of how things will, and they won't, they will. It's an enforcement issue at that point. And then at that point, in my mind, it's probably a little bit too late. So those are my comments. Thank you.
And just a point to make to help clarify things. If the commissioners are essentially looking to deny the PUD as amended, it might be clearer if you were so inclined to move for a recommendation of denial. But then you would need to essentially withdraw the motion on the table with the permission of the second, but that's in your discretion.
But Ms. Geiger, if it's an approval with the condition to remove the fuel sales from the table of allowed uses as the only condition, seems like a pretty straight.
Right, it would be an approval of the zone change with the condition that those uses be removed from the PUD zone amendment.
Correct.
Right, that's the motion on the table.
That's the motion that as I understand it
Yes.
on the table. Do we think we need to restate that motion, or you feel like that's clear?
And to be clear, it's on the parcel that is already annexed in the city, is already part of the city, is my understanding.
Correct. So we, so again, I think a little bit with the confusion of the alternative motion, it might make sense again to take a short recess and go to executive session for a brief 5 minutes, just to make sure that we're clear on, again, on these two parcels. I'd like to make a motion to move to an executive session for 5 minutes. We can reconvene at 10:01. Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And to clarify, the motion per the statute 246402, I assume is for the purpose of receiving legal advice?
We will now call our planning commission to order. Again, thank you for your patience through that process. We have a motion on the table. We have a second. We've had some discussion. I think we are calling for a vote. Caitlin.
Please vote electronically.
Oh, excuse me, wait, sorry. Could you,
Could all please vote again?
The motion has passed, 4 yeses, 1 no, for the approval of the case with the condition to remove fuel cells from the table of allowed uses. For the second case, or the second motion of the evening for this case, for motion.
it's on the first motion, or, sorry,
The second.
to remove, correct?
Correct.
Okay, sorry about it. All right, this one, I recommend approval with conditions. I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested zone change, correct, from the vacated right-of-way zone, Carmel
Sorry,
City.
Commissioner, I believe you're talking about the annexation zone change.
I think you just read number 2 first.
I did, I read number 2. So number 1? Okay, all right. Okay, to recommend, all right. Recommended a motion. I move the planning commission enter a finding that requested PUD zone for the property located at the southwest corner of 112th Avenue and US 85 containing a case Z-964-21-22 meets the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based upon such finding, recommend that the City Council approve the PUD zone document with request of modification in the Land Development Code to not include a gas station. Is that correct?
Would be to remove the fuel cells from the table of allowed use.
Sorry, remove the fuel cells table allowed use.
Just to clarify again, the annexation, upon annexation, I believe.
Okay, upon annexation.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion from the commissioners? Caitlin, can you please call for a vote?
Please vote electronically.
The motion has passed, 4 yeses, 1 no. Again, for the annexation with the condition that the fuel cells be removed from the table of allowed uses. Thank you all. We will now move to our third case of the evening. Mr. Geiger, can you please present the case?
This is case number Z-984-22. Prospect LLC is requesting an annexation zone change from ADCO A1 Adams County Agricultural 1 to Commerce City R3 multifamily residential zone district to allow for the development of a multifamily residential development located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. Anita Riley, staff will be presenting.
Just point of order, Items 3 and 4 will be one presentation, but two different motions and two different hearings, so.
Okay, thank you.
And then just for clarification, as Ms. Riley sets up, under the vacation request, we'll just be hearing the vacation plat. The unrecorded easement will not be discussed as part of this.
Good evening. My name's Anita Riley. I'm a planner with Commerce City, and I'll be presenting the case for 7001 Colorado Boulevard tonight. The case numbers are Z-984-22 and V-94-22. The location of the property is at 7001 Colorado Boulevard, and the applicant is Prospect LLC, and they are requesting a zone change to allow for annexation and vacation of right-of-way. Staff enters into the public record the contents of the case files, the zone change document, the vacation plat, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is being annexed into the City of Commerce City, and all required notification and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, the Planning Commission has jurisdiction to hear this case. As noted previously, the location is 7001 Colorado Boulevard. The request is for a zone change and a vacation of right-of-way, where the current zoning is Adams County Agricultural A1, and the requested zoning is Commerce City R3 multifamily residential. Size of the property is 4.06 acres. That includes a parcel that is 3.98 acres plus a 0.08 acres of right-of-way. The station area master plan indicates that this property would be high-density residential. And a point about the station area master plan: it is a long-range plan that focuses on the neighborhood around the commuter rail station, including Adams Heights and Adams City. And as a sub-area plan, it generally is consistent with the comprehensive plan. But it does provide more detail, and it updates the vision for the area, and therefore the application will be reviewed compared to the station area master plan. This graphic indicates the location of the subject property at the northwest corner of 70th Avenue and Colorado Boulevard. This location map indicates the property again. It also shows the two structures on the site, one at the southeast corner of the property and one towards the middle of the property. Both buildings are abandoned, as well as a fenced area that was used for outdoor storage. This photo shows the property at the southwest corner of the property, again showing one of the buildings that was previously used as an office building for an industrial use at the site, and the fencing around the outdoor storage area. This is another view of the site from the southeast corner at Colorado Boulevard and East 70th, again showing the office building. This photo is from the northeast corner of the property, looking southwest, and to the left corner of the photo, you can see the second abandoned structure. This is a page out of the station area master plan that shows that, that this property would be slated for high-density residential. And Prospect LLC is requesting approval of a zone change for newly annexed land. They are also requesting approval for a vacation of right-of-way. The 0.08 acres will be combined with the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard and zoned with that property. And a little bit about Prospect LLC is that they are a Denver-based development company. They have 25 years of experience creating infill development, transit-oriented development, mixed-use development, and affordable housing. In accordance with sections 21-3232-4 and 21-3233-2A of the Land Development Code, zone change and vacation applications are reviewed by the Development Review Team and the Director of Community Development. The Planning Commission will hold a hearing and provide a recommendation to the City Council, and City Council will hold a public hearing and make a final decision to approve with conditions, or deny the application based on the approval criteria from sections 21-3333, paragraph 4, and section 21-3233, section 2A. So the applicant would like to construct a multifamily affordable housing development at this site. The idea is to have 5 proposed buildings that would be 4 stories that face Colorado Boulevard. There would be vehicular and pedestrian access that would be located opposite East 71st Avenue, and there would be parking located behind the structures and adjacent to O'Brien Canal. A detention pond is expected to be constructed at the north side of the property. Now, all the specifics of the development will be reviewed when the development plan is submitted to the city for review. This graphic indicates the zoning in the area surrounding the subject property. There is agricultural, industrial, commercial, as well as different levels of intensity for residential, including R1, R2, and R3. And the PUD located at the intersection of 72nd and Colorado is also slated for high-density residential. The concept plan indicates the intended locations for the septic buildings located adjacent to the Colorado Boulevard right-of-way. There is the asterisk indicates the point of access to the property, and the detention pond is located at the right hand of the screen, and parking located behind. This graphic indicates the type of architecture that we may expect from this development, including the 4 stories. However, it should be noted that the height, the materials, design, and massing of the buildings will be subject to review at the development plan stage. A vacation plat has been submitted to the city for review. And a little bit of history about Colorado Boulevard. It originally had a north-south alignment to the north of East 72nd Avenue. That road was realigned to its current configuration in 1964. The original alignment for Colorado Boulevard was retained for a time to provide access to the Fry gravel pit until a bridge was constructed at 72nd Avenue in 1994. And so the applicant will have proposes that this .08 acres will be merged with the subject property and zoned with that property. This portion of right-of-way is not currently in use. Colorado Boulevard is fully built out at this location, and so it would not need to be relocated. There are no utilities identified in this right-of-way, and Public Works has no objections to this vacation. This is a blow-up from a portion of the original incorporation plat for Adams City, where you can see the original alignment for Colorado Boulevard and the area where it was ultimately reconfigured. The vacation plat has north pointing to the left and indicates the location of the proposed vacation for right-of-way at the northeast corner of the subject property. And you will notice that it also follows the alignment of Colorado Boulevard. Staff reviewed the requested zone change against the technical requirements of the city's standards for zoning for newly annexed land and zone changes, as well as the policies of the comprehensive plan and the station area master plan. Staff also reviewed the vacation against the technical requirements of the city's standards for vacations and the policies of the comprehensive plan and station area master plan. And staff distributed the requested zone change and vacation applications for review to all relevant referral agencies, including the utility companies, South Adams County Fire District, and internal city departments. The development review team did not have any concerns with the proposed zone change or vacation. And potential project benefits include the approval, the implementation of the community vision for the station area master plan by providing high-density residential development near the commuter rail station. The approval of the vacation would allow that the vacated land that is no longer needed, that it would be used for stormwater management. The approval criteria for zoning of newly annexed land states that after passage on first reading of an ordinance annexing property to the city, the subject property shall be given the zoning classification A, most compatible with the city's comprehensive plan and designation of the property, B, most comparable to the county zoning classification existing on the subject property at the time of acceptance by the city of the annexation petition for the subject property, or C, most comparable to the present uses of the property. Criterion A was applied to this evaluation, and the station area master plan identifies the subject property as having high-density residential uses. The proposed zone change does match this designation, and therefore staff found that this application meets this criterion. This table restates the information that was provided on the previous slide, providing some additional rationale behind why criterion B and C were not applied. The approval criteria for zone change include state that an application may be approved if criteria A, the zone change corrects a technical mistake on the part of the city in classifying a parcel within a specific zoning district. This criterion does not apply, and so criterion B was applied. That the zone change must meet all of the following criteria. The proposed zone district and allowed uses are consistent with the policies and goals of the comprehensive plan any applicable adopted area plan or community plan of the city. The station area master plan identifies the subject property as having high-density residential uses, and the proposed zone change does match this designation. Therefore, staff found that this application met this criterion. The proposed zone district allowed uses are compatible with the proposed development, surrounding land uses, and the natural environment. The subject property is adjacent to the light rail station, and the R3 zone district lends itself to TOD. Therefore, staff found that this application met this criterion. Criterion 3. The proposed zone district will have or future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public services, including but not limited to water, sewage, streets, and drainage. The subject property is surrounded by existing street and utility infrastructure. The general service area will assign 25% of the required ERUs for water resources, and the applicant will work with the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District to obtain the remainder. Therefore, staff found that this application meets this criterion. Criterion 4. The proposed zone district will have or future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public uses, including but not limited to parks, schools, and open space. The applicant must provide open space on the subject property that is equivalent to 15% of usable space, and pay a park fee that is due at building permit. Also not included on this slide, but equally relevant, Adams 14 School District has identified that there is capacity at their schools for the students that would be provided by this development. Therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criteria 5. There is a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location. Given need to provide or maintain a proper mix of uses both within the city and the immediate area of the proposed use. The station area master plan identifies the subject property as having high-density residential uses. Again, this proposed zone change matches this designation, and therefore staff finds this application meets this criterion. The final criteria for the zone change, the area for which zone change is requested has changed or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public interest to follow a new or allow a new use or density. The annexation of the subject property necessitates a zone change. This provides an opportunity to bring the zoning into conformance with the station area master plan, and therefore staff finds that this application meets this criterion. The approval criteria for vacation, non-city initiated vacation application may be approved if the vacation is consistent with the comprehensive plan and any other applicable city-approved plan. Staff found that divesting the city of right-of-way that is no longer needed and making it available for other uses, such as stormwater management, is consistent with the public facilities and infrastructure goals of the comprehensive plan. Therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criterion 2, the land to be vacated is no longer necessary for the public use and convenience. The Public Works Department has indicated that there is no objection to this vacation application, indicating that there would be no need for this as for public use. Staff finds that this application meets this criterion. The vacation will not create any landlocked properties, and the surrounding properties have access to either Colorado Boulevard, 70th Avenue, or 72nd Avenue, and therefore staff finds this application does meet this criterion as well. Criteria 4, the vacation will not render access to any parcel unreasonable or economically prohibitive. The vacation does not provide access to any property that it did not previously provide access to, and therefore staff finds that this application does meet this criterion. Excuse me. And criteria 5, the vacation will not reduce the quality of public services of any parcel of land. Staff found that no comments have been received indicating a reduction in quality of public services from our referral agencies, and therefore staff found that this application meets this criterion as well. And finally, for criteria 5, I believe it's criteria 6, I apologize for that. A separate plat to replat the vacated area into a larger usable piece of land has been submitted. And a subdivision plat has been submitted to append the vacated right-of-way to the property at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. And therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criteria. Public notices were mailed to adjacent property owners and legal notice placed in the newspaper. And 3 signs were placed on the at the subject property for each application. It should be noted that 61 property owners were notified, and as of May 2nd, staff had not received any requests for additional information, and we did receive actually 2 comments, one by phone and one by email that should be in your packet. A neighborhood meeting took place virtually on April 12th, 2022, and neighbors within 750 feet of the subject property were notified. That included 114 mailings. Questions and issues that were raised included inquiries about the building height and the number of stories that the structures may have, questions about the date of application, as well as what the timeline might be for the project. There were also questions regarding the number of units in the development and questions about the number of parking spaces. There were concerns about how much parking would be necessary on site. The applicant's response included that the building height would be a maximum of 50 feet, which is the maximum for R3 zoning, and staff added that equated to 3 to 4 stories. Applications were submitted in January 2022, and that the project would obtain annexation and zone change before a development plan is submitted. As the development plan has not been submitted, it was noted that the number of units would be finalized at development plan, but that the project would meet all requirements for R3 zoning. It was also noted that the project will meet all the parking requirements as found in the LDC, as otherwise noted. The public inquiry that was received via phone was received by staff on April 29th. The issues raised that were relevant to the application included a belief that the mailing area buffer should have been greater for the neighborhood meeting. There was a concern that the height of the structure would obstruct views, and the respondent did not believe that the project would benefit the community. Development review team reviewed these cases for 7001 Colorado Boulevard zone change and the vacation in a meeting on April 21st, 2022. The DRT did find that the zone change and vacation requests met the approval criteria for zone change and vacation as set forth in the LDC, and they made an official recommendation for approval of this particular case. And so the Development Review Team recommends that the Planning Commission forward the zone change and vacation requests to the City Council with favorable recommendations. And staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also present to speak on behalf of this request and to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have.
Thank you. Definitely like to step forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. I know that Anita is finding our presentation, so we'll get started in just a moment. I'm controlling that. I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all very much. Good evening. My name is Marcus Pochner. I am a consultant, a land use and community outreach consultant to the owner and applicant. Thank you all very much for your time and attention on this matter. We're honored, and I want to thank Anita for going through a very thorough presentation. This is the agenda, just briefly, that we will work through today. Some introductions of our team, a little bit more about the community outreach. The project's request really focused specifically on the rezoning, a little bit on that vacation. We can come back on that. And then we're happy to answer any questions or comments that you all have. I do want to say on behalf of our team, it's led by Prospect, which is the owner of the site. Kimley Horn is here, which is our engineer. And again, I'm Marcus Pochner with the Pochner Company. And this team is a very local team. We work on a lot of projects in this area and certainly specialize in TOD area projects. And this is such a great site. And many of you had a lot to do with this in different roles, the station area plan. And it's great to see this site come to fruition. So with that, I'm going to have Scott McFadden with Prospect just tell briefly about his company, and then I'll come right back in.
Thank you, Marcus. Once again, my name is Scott McFadden. I'm the principal of Prospect. We're a small developer based in Denver. We work just in the Front Range. People I work with, we've been together for 15 years doing projects, multifamily projects. I've been in the industry for over 25 years, during which time developed close to 8,000 units worth $1 billion. We develop every type of product in multifamily, for sale, for rent, affordable, luxury rental. We really just try and look for the best sites which we feel are interesting, which we feel will add value to the community and create a great place to live for residents. During my experience, my 25 years experience, I really focused on transit-oriented developments. I did the first TOD in Denver at City Center Englewood in 2001, I believe it was. And then did projects at Lincoln Station, Douglas County, Arista in Broomfield, Oak Street in Lakewood, and most recently at the Perry Station, near the Perry Station in Denver. We believe this site has a wonderful opportunity to use the power of transit to be transformative for the neighborhood and the community. I've seen that happen in all these locations we've developed TOD in Denver. We think this is a great opportunity to create a multifamily development that will help catalyze other developments in that neighborhood. We look forward to working with the city on the project. Thank you. Also, to introduce Paul Brady with God and Suda and Randall Phillips and Kimley Horn, our design team here to answer questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. This, folks, as you know, is the project location. This shows the boundaries outlined in red there. Just under 4 acres is the total site. This shows a little bit more about our community outreach. I would like to detail that, and I appreciate Anita going through it. Our philosophy is always to start with the most adjacent, most impacted neighbors and go out from there. This does have regional stakeholders because it's obviously Adams County being annexed in, but you've had that stamp plan, that master plan there for a long time. We did have that meeting on April 12th. We did not think that 500 feet was nearly enough notice. We went to 700 feet, and then we actually added 76 additional neighbors that kind of complete the most adjacent neighborhood there. We had 7 attendees. I've actually had 5 or 10 follow-up conversations with neighbors there and have talked in more detail. Had very supportive discussions, really wanting to understand a lot of site plan issues that we hoped and will certainly continue to meet with the community as we are able to move through this project. What is before you tonight, as Anita went through, is the rezoning and the vacation. Those two items, we are presenting on both of them in one hearing. The rezoning background, and I know I'm just going through this to kind of go through the hour of the night here. The two things that we look at and are guided by entirely are the comprehensive plan and the stamp plan. We always start with the comprehensive plan. As you all know, I believe it was 2011, 2010, effective 2010, and then the stamp plan is a much more detailed plan that was adopted in 2016, I believe, 2013, excuse me, and was for this specific site, for 72nd and Colorado Boulevard. So we really have two guiding documents that have led us forward. This shows some of the passages of the comprehensive plan that reflect our goal here and what we're bringing in. I think I would focus on those that really focus on smart growth and transit corridors, developing along those corridors. Obviously, the opportunity that we have with the transit corridor. This is actually the comprehensive plan. Remarkably, and you all understand this, it says a big T. This is a transit stop. Pretty remarkable to have it here, that TOD. And so obviously we want to see design new neighborhoods and centers built around that transportation corridor. And we really believe that this density is important and proper and should happen at this station. Specifically, next we went to the stamp plan. We highlighted some things there at the end, but that stamp plan is about high-density housing in a transit-oriented walkable format. That's certainly what we believe we are bringing forward. Again, this stamp plan really has kind of guided where we are. You see our site outlined in yellow there. It is very clear. There's no ambiguity about this. It says residential high. That is the future land use that is planned for this entire site, is residential high. We then kind of follow your code and says what allows that to happen. The zone district, so we look first at the stamp plan, then we go to your zoning that's allowed to bring residential high forward is the R3 multifamily zone district. So that is the zone district that we are requesting. We believe, again, that completely reflects the stamp plan and the comprehensive plan and really brings this vision that has been put together by all these stakeholders to fruition. I won't go through the rezoning criteria. I think Anita went through that in great detail. We believe that we are fully compliant with the rezoning criteria, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about that. This goes through a number of those. I would say we have certainly worked with all your referral agencies and the county's referral agencies to be sure that we are providing adequate services for our site and our adjacent neighbors as well. I do just want to mention briefly on the vacation right-of-way, that background, I think it was really well described. That's on the northeast corner of our site. It's an old vestige of a former right-of-way. We will be using that area for storm drainage, so we're requesting that that 0.08 acres be vacated and brought into the site. Again, I won't go through the approval criteria. I think that vacation is pretty straightforward. We think that's really makes sense to come into the site. It actually allows more effective infrastructure as is part of your approval criteria. So folks, I know I have gone through that quickly. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, I know there's been so much work done on the stamp plan and to bring in really a transit-oriented development around this station. We believe this is a terrific opportunity, and we respectfully request your support for this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Comments, questions from the commissioners? Douglas?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have some questions. This was proposed for the light rail stations. I was in city council from 2011, 2019. And prior to that, it was already chosen by the prior council to make this a designated area for future light rail, which we have today. Upon that, with the station area master plan, was also contemplated to have retail with it. Would you consider this as mixed use, even, I mean, for what you're bringing in, which is great, having any retail below these units?
Sure. Commissioner, I almost called you councilman, so sorry, that's, I understand that. I think the thing that I would say, and I don't know if that map is back on the stamp plan, you know, one of the challenges of this site is that around the various parts or parcels, I should say, of the stamp plan, it specifically enumerates what should be high-density residential and where that mixed-use corridor should be. So the 72nd corridor, I'll call it the corridor, just north of that, is actually identified for the mixed use. So I will tell you that I think, Commissioner, and respectfully, I think that the rooftops and the residential that we're building actually is going to make that retail be possible. So I actually think it's a really important part of what will bring forward that retail on the 72nd corridor. Having heard that, I want to be clear, we did not hear that in the neighborhood meeting, but we've heard that in different discussions about the affordable housing. So we're looking at ways to kind of have, you know, like that neighborhood accessory use, if you will. It's not, that's not a zoning term of art, but we understand that. And I think, Commissioner, as this develops, I think there is a better corridor for retail right there on 72nd. And we think we have to be there to support that. So I think in just pure consistency, if you will, with the underlying code, it does say high density residential, right? The area just above it is actually mixed use. We are not in that corridor. So we actually think it's more consistent to have residential to actually spark that the mixed use in the future.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions?
I do have a question more for staff and for the applicant about outreach. So in this area, I grew up right there on 70th, just about on that corner, so very intimate with the location. But in regards to the outreach, some of that is unincorporated Adams County and some of that is Commerce City. If I were to think about drawing my 500-foot radius circle around that area, how many actual residences were notified? Because I'm going to err on the side that, oh, this is Adams County, so they don't count. So how many Commerce City residents were actually notified about this development, and did Adams County applicants get notified, or Adams County residents?
So the buffer was 750 foot radius around the subject property, and it was it did not determine whether it was Commerce City resident or Adams County resident. All people were notified.
That is excellent. That warms my heart. And also, I just want to commend the applicant as well. So I am familiar with the Commerce City Station area master plan. I was part of that as well. Understanding some of the challenges of the TOD at the time. And more for awareness for maybe I think this board or commission is that the applicant is right that 72nd corridor was designated as the retail kind of spark, if you will, and the specific site that we're talking about presents some challenges with the canal that's right there and the I'm gonna call it property boundary that is not even remotely square. It's pretty, I don't even know what you call that thing, but it's a spine, if you will. So some of the challenges that with that site are challenging, and so thank you for bringing this up. I'll just close my mouth now, and we're good. Thanks.
Thank you.
My question was around that canal. Are there specific parameters, setbacks around the canal?
So the canal is owned by the Farmers Reservoir Irrigation Company, and they do have certain requirements that the applicant will be required to work with them on, ensuring that they have appropriate setbacks and so forth.
Yeah, and I'll just say, and I want to add to what the commissioner said, that is that access point. We've thought about it conceptually. We'll go through it. It probably happens at 71st, right? It makes sense because of that sliver, arrowhead, whatever that shape of that is. But that is the challenge, right? Is because of the canal. So retail is hard to park in there. You can put residential there. You can put appropriate fencing and walls there. So Commissioner, we'll work through that challenge for sure. We're very well aware of it. There are certain restrictions on that. But that does make retail very challenging. I think it does allow us to embrace the street on Colorado, which I think is really good for this site and really allows there to be some better pedestrian connectivity instead of more of an industrial zone next time.
And I think really important, the pedestrian connectivity to the actual rail stop.
Agreed.
Right?
Couldn't agree more. Yes.
Any further questions from the commissioners?
Are these rentals?
They are, sir. They're proposed right now as multifamily rentals, and we're proposing or looking right now at affordable housing on the site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will hear public comments from those who are in person. If you are present, please come to the podium. Thank you, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Yes, I'm Jacqueline Valdez, and I'm at 6796 Albion Street. I'm right off of the corner of 68th and Colorado Boulevard. Thank you for hearing me, council. I've listened tonight to quite a bit of different things that's happening concerning Colorado Boulevard. I am dead against this, 100%. I have my next door neighbor here. She's also against it also. Colorado Boulevard is a main road for construction, main road for big trucks, large trucks, semis. We are on 68th, and I can tell you, I have talked to Miss Anita about this. I called Friday. And had a big discussion with her about the situation that was happening off of Colorado Boulevard, Brighton Boulevard, and 68th Avenue where they have built the new school. Numerous times I have contacted the Commerce City Police Department, Public Works. I have spoke with Michael Rank. I have spoke with Michael Goldrick concerning the whole area. We have dealt with, since November of last year up until now, and still dealing with this matter of large semis, large trucks. We're talking asphalt, we're talking concrete, we're talking the electrical company that is there on the west side of Colorado Boulevard, adjacent to 68, coming down through. I have fought with them numerous times to get just the school signs, the lights. We have Jason of 74th and 72nd coming off, people coming off of there because Dahlia right now at this point in time has had construction. Now this has been going on since November of last year. And the traffic, they have rerouted the traffic to the side road. Well, what they do is they get on to 74th, they come down to Colorado, they take Colorado to 68, they take 68 to Brighton Boulevard, and Jason right on to 6 and 85. Now, I have talked to Commerce City several times about trying to even get that foreclosed temporarily to get them to stop this. That's not happening. They said they spoke with CDOT. CDOT is refusing to do it. So we have dealt for several months now with these large trucks coming down through here. I have had Commerce City out there. They have tried to ticket them. The one truck that they did get, he didn't have insurance, he didn't have plates, he didn't have registration. He did have a driver's license. They made him park at the high school, where the old high school used to be, where the cafeteria was. But I mean, this has gone on for a very long time. Now in the past, you guys have designated commercial, residential throughout the years. I have lived there since 1971. And we have had so many problems with that area, and Commerce City has absolutely done nothing for us. And I used to say I love Commerce City. I used to say I love living here. But now, to be honest with you, I'm actually ashamed of being in Commerce City because we have begged and begged and begged just to get our sidewalks fixed. We've begged to get our drainage fixed. And Commerce City has never, ever done anything for us as far as that's concerned. Now they built the school, and now I stand out there every day I stand out there, And I tell those little kids that are walking, especially during the winter time, please don't walk on the sidewalk. Cross the street, walk on the other side, because the water and the ice builds up so bad on my side that I'm so afraid of somebody getting hurt. Now, I've called Commerce City and asked them, can you come out? Can you assist? I'm disabled. We all need help up and down that road. And Commerce City they've not done anything to help as far as that concerned. Michael Rank has helped as far as getting the lights put up, getting the signs.
We have 3 minutes, so if you can wrap up.
Okay, the light, the lights, the signs and everything else indicating speed. But we still have the traffic that comes down through there that flies through. And nothing has happened, nothing has changed. So when you're asking to build a high rise for low income, how are those kids gonna cross Colorado Boulevard to get to that school? How are they gonna walk all the way down Colorado Boulevard? Because district is not gonna pay for the bus to go over there and pick them up. I used to walk to Alsip where the old Alsip used to be. They never paid for us to be bused, and I lived off of Claremont before I moved to Albion. So what I'm asking is, when they ask to build this, think about those children. Think about those parents that are, low income, that are gonna be having to work to just barely live there, to be able to afford to live there. How are those babies gonna safely get where they're supposed to be? Because I'm seeing this every day. I called Commerce City Police Department, and I'm very upset about this. I told them, I said, look, these trucks have come down so fast through here, the vehicles, over 400 a day. 400 a day is what we're dealing with. And this has been since November. Now, I've watched a lady being on, I've watched a lady being on her cell phone and almost hit the kids, and I'm standing in my driveway screaming my brains out for her to stop. And just as she hears me, and thank God it was nice that day because the window was down about that much, she slammed on her brakes. So the following Monday, this was on a Friday, the following Monday,
Sorry to interrupt, Chairperson.
the kids crossed in the
we're
middle
well
of the
beyond the
street.
Ma'am, we are well beyond our 3 minutes.
Okay, and I get that, but she's,
I wish to I am Frances Ajek, I'm a neighbor.
Ma'am, do you want to, if we're done talking, if we'll get switched? Thank you, ma'am. If you want to sit down, then we'll bring the next focus. Ma'am, yeah, we've concluded your presentation.
By policy, each citizen, it's within the chairperson's discretion, certainly, to
Yeah,
change
ma'am,
within 3 minutes is by person.
we wanted to continue on with others and allow other people to have the opportunity to speak. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
For a child to make a comment that what does it matter where we cross the street? They don't care if they hit us or not. What does that say? What does that say for Commerce City? What does that say for our community? The community that you all have totally forgotten about. Just remember that, because you all have forgotten about that little community that made Commerce City what it is today.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak on the case? We will now move to our online Caitlin, was there anyone registered for the case?
If there is anybody that indicated they did not want to speak that would like to now provide comments, please use your raised hand feature. That concludes the virtual comments for this case.
Members were also able to submit comments online and by mail. Not filled in, but I believe there was one written comment received, correct? Staff submitted those comments into the record. We will now close the public hearing, and any comments from the commissioners before a motion? Is there a motion for the case?
Just for clarification too, there'll be two motions, one for the zoning and then one for the vacation.
Why don't we start with the zoning? There's a motion for the zoning.
So I'll go ahead and make both motions. So first motion, I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested annexation zone change for the property located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard contained in case Z984-22 meets the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based upon such findings, recommend that the city council approve the annexation zone change.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion from the commissioners? Caitlin, can you please call for a vote?
Please vote electronically.
The motion has passed, 5 yeses, 0 noes. Move to the second part of the case, right away. Is there a motion from the commissioners?
I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested vacation for a portion of the right-of-way located at 7001 Colorado Boulevard contained in case V-94-22 meets the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based upon such findings, recommend that the city council approve the annexation zone change.
Oh, we're doing the vacation.
And my motion is messed up in here. Approve the vacation. Sorry. Motion's wrong on page 622.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Please call for a vote.
Vote electronically.
The motion has passed, 5 yeses. Thank you for staff and for the applicant for presentation. Geyer, can you please introduce the next case for the evening?
I'm gonna let Mr. Timms explain, but the next two cases are both from the same applicant. I believe they wanted to consolidate these two cases, which are both requests for approvals of plats. They're separate plats for related plats. I'll read out the case numbers. And if you all have questions about that consolidation, let us know. So it's case number S-772-20-22. That's Cohen Denver Airport LLC's requesting the approval of the Legato West filing number 1 final plat to create 181 lots and 7 tracts on approximately 34.84 acres for future single-family detached residential homes for their property generally located between Tower Road and East 470, south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway, and between East 93rd Place and East 95th Avenue, Tract D, Zone Legato PUD, Plan Unit Development District. And case number S-771-20-22, Cohen Denver Airport LLC is requesting approval of the Legato filing number 2 final plat to create 131 lots and 7 tracts on approximately 32.38 acres for future single-family detached residential homes for the property generally located between Tower Road and E470 and south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway. And between Kathy Court and Argonine Street, Track D2, Zone Legato PUD Plan Unit Development, and Anita Riley from staff will be presenting both cases.
Good evening again. Staff made the decision to combine the cases because the analysis is very similar and almost exactly the same. So to save time for you, and it seems like that was an important thing this evening, we combined the cases. The cases again are S-772-20-22 and S-771-20-22. These are the cases for the Legato Filings 1 and 2 subdivisions, which are located at the southeast corner of Tower Road and 96th Avenue and are interior to the development. The applicant is the Cohen Denver Airport LLC, and they are requesting approval for the Legato Filings number 1 and 2 final plats for residential development. Staff enters into the record the contents of these case files, the subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. Additionally, the property is located within the city of Commerce City, and all required notification and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, the Planning Commission has the jurisdiction to hear this case. The property is generally located at the southeast corner of Tower Road and East 96th Avenue, and the request again is for the approval of the subdivisions for filings number 1 and 2. The current zoning is PUD, according to the Legato PUD zone document. And the future land use plan indicates that this site should have medium density residential use. These subdivision plats are solely intended to establish lot lines and create necessary easements for future utilities and infrastructure. These subdivision plats also do not change the impact, the zoning, allowed uses, or allowed density. This location map indicates the location of the 2 filings. The area that is located to the north, that would be filing 1, and then the 2 sections that are located in the north-south alignment would be filings 2. And you can see that they are interior to the overall PUD for Legato that is bounded by 96th to the north, 88th Avenue to the south, and Tower Road to the west. E470 is located on the east side. Again, this map more clearly shows the locations of filing number 1 at the north, filing number 2 at the south portion. It also indicates the location of the neighborhood park, which the 2 filings surround, as well as the school site. Again, the future land use plan does indicate that this area would be used for medium residential development. By default, subdivisions are reviewed and approved administratively in accordance with the city's land development code. The public and council notification is part of the administrative approval prior to approval. Section 21-3241, paragraph 4, allows for public hearings by request of the public entities, the community development director, or city council. In this case, city council requested the public hearing. Previous cases include Z-953-18-20. This Commerce City approved the Legato PUD zone document in 2020. Case S-751-19-20 is the Legato infrastructure subdivision plat that Commerce City approved in 2020, and construction is currently, of this infrastructure is currently underway. So if you were out at the site, that's what all the large machinery was for. This shot shows the PUD zone document. You'll notice that track D and track C are both zoned or allow single-family detached residential uses only. Tract E is the location again of the neighborhood park, and tract F is the school site. Again, this would be filing 1. And filing 2, again surrounding the neighborhood park and the school site. The proposed, the plat for filing number 1, and now we will kind of split a little bit, speak about filing number 1, and then we'll go back and speak about filing number 2, and then bring the analysis back together. The proposed plat identifies the location of the lots, 181 lots, as well as the roads interior to the filing and the tracts for open space. Again, there are 181 lots. There are 7 tracts for open space, drainage, landscaping, utilities, and private parks. The filing will be accessed from Himalaya Parkway on the east side, Biscay Street on the west side, and 94th Avenue to 95th Avenue and 93rd, East 93rd Place. The private open space requirements have been satisfied through the tracts, and new easements for drainage, utilities, and access have been provided on the plat. Staff reviewed the plats against the technical requirements for the Legato PUD zone document, the city's subdivision standards, and the policies of the comprehensive plan. Staff also distributed the plat for review to all relevant referral agencies, including School District 27J, the utility companies, South Adams County Fire District, Mile High Flood District, Tri-County Health, and internal city departments. Quick analysis of the access. You see that the subdivision will be accessed from Tower Road and 96th, which are arterials, to collector roads at 95th, Himalaya, Biscay Court, and 93rd, East 93rd Place, into the subdivision. The open space, this filing provides 7.4 acres of open space. That equates to 21.4% of the acreage for the filing. That includes a 1.6 acre park with a playground, as well as a green belt with trails throughout. The star on track G indicates the area of the playground. And for filing number 2, again, the plat indicates the location, the layout of the 131 lots in this case, as well as the roads interior to the site, and the tracts for open space. That would be 131 lots. Again, 7 tracts in this filing for open space, landscaping, utilities, and private parks. The access is from Legato Parkway to Biscay Court, Cathay Court, and Cathay Street. The private open space requirement is satisfied with the tracts. And new easements have been provided for utilities and access. Again, staff has reviewed the plat against the technical requirements for the Legato PUD zone document. the city's subdivision standards, and the policies of the comprehensive plan. Staff distributed the plat for review to all relevant agencies, including the 27J School District, utility companies, the Fire District, the Flood District, Tri-County Health, and the internal city departments. Access will be provided from Tower Road through Legato Parkway to the interior streets to the filing, including Bahama Street, Cafe Court, and 92nd Place and Cafe Court. This filing provides 3.34 acres in open space, and that equates to 10.3% of the acreage for the filing. This includes a 6-acre park north of Legato Parkway, as well as a 0.7-acre park south of Legato Parkway that will include park seating. And those the larger areas indicated on the slide would be the locations of those parks, and there are trails throughout. For impacts to the school district, no school sites are dedicated through these plats, and filings number 1 and 2 will pay a fee, an in lieu of fee to satisfy the school fee requirement. The students would attend South Lawn Elementary, Stewart Middle School, and Prairie View High School, and there are nearby schools that would be the Legato Middle School, to which these filings are adjacent, as well as the Second Creek Farm Charter School. This chart embodies the analysis that you've just been taken through, and it does indicate that the city standards have been met in all cases. The subdivision plat approval is found in section 213241, paragraph 3 of the Land Development Code. Criteria A states that the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning, concept plan, or PUD zone document. And the Legato PUD zone document is the approved zoning for this location. And these plat applications are consistent with the allowable uses and lot standards in the PUD zone document. Single-family detached residential is the identified residential use allowed in this particular area, and all standards of the PUD are met with these proposals. Therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. The subdivision is consistent with and implements the intent of the specific zoning district in which it is located. These subdivisions are consistent with the intent of the Legato PUD zone document. The PUD allows these areas to develop with any of the following: single-family detached residential, paired homes, auto court, and green court homes. The allowable density range is 4 to 6 dwelling units per acre for Tract C, and 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre for Tracts D and D2. D2 is really a subsection of Tract D. These proposals are consistent with and implement the intent of the plan, the Legato PUD. Therefore, staff finds this application meets this criterion. Criteria C, there is no evidence to suggest that the subdivision violates any state, federal, or local laws, regulations, or requirements. The proposed plats have been reviewed and approved by all agencies that have jurisdiction over the subject properties, including Commerce City Engineering, South Adams County Fire District, and Adams County. There is no indication that the proposed subdivisions violate any laws, regulations, or requirements. Therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criteria D. The general layouts of lots, roads, driveways, utilities, drainage facilities, and other services within the proposed subdivision is designed in a way that minimizes the amount of land disturbance, maximizes the amount of open space in the development, preserves existing trees and vegetation and riparian areas, and otherwise accomplishes the purposes and intent of this land development code. The overall development of the proposed lots are orderly and conform to the land development code. The alignments of Himalaya Parkway, East 95th Avenue, East 93rd Place, Legato Parkway, and Cathay Court match those shown on the approved PUD zone document. The internal circulation as established by the street network and the lot configuration of the plat are designed in a way that will minimize land disturbance and maximize open space. The access points at East 96th Avenue and Tower Road will create minimal disruption to the regional traffic flows and will provide orderly egress and ingress to the development, and therefore staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criteria E. The subdivision complies with all applicable city standards and does not unnecessarily create lots or patterns of lots that can make compliance with such standards difficult or infeasible. The subdivision plats comply with the requirements and standards for lot design from the Land Development Code and the PUD zone document as applicable. Subdivisions are designed in such a way to ensure compliance with the relevant development standards, and therefore staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criterion F. The subdivision will not result in substantial or undue adverse effect on adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking improvements, either as they presently exist or as they may in the future exist as a result of implementation of provisions and policies of the comprehensive plan, this land development code, or any other plan, program, or ordinance adopted by the city, or any adverse effect has been or will be mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. These plats will not result in a substantial or undue adverse effect on the adjacent properties, traffic conditions, parking, or public improvements. These plats have been reviewed by various agencies and departments of the development review team, which have concluded that the proposed plats adequately address access and future traffic conditions. Drainage and other infrastructure impacts will not have undue adverse effects on the adjacent properties. And therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criteria G, adequate and sufficient public safety, transportation, utility facilities and services, recreation facilities, parks, and schools are available to serve the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to the existing development. All referral agencies that reviewed these proposals, including utility providers, the City Parks and Rec Department, the 27J School District, South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, and the South Adams County Fire Department, have indicated an ability to serve proposed lots and have not raised objections to the proposed plats or the developments, and therefore staff finds that this application meets this criterion. Criteria H, a development agreement between the city and the applicant has been executed and addresses the construction of all required public improvements. The development agreements between the city and the applicant have been executed and are attached to this communication. The development agreements include all public improvements such as roadways, drainage, and landscaping in accordance with the plats associated construction documents in the PUD development permit. And therefore, staff finds that this application meets this criterion. And the final criterion, as applicable, the proposed phasing plan for development of the subdivision is rational in terms of available infrastructure capacity. The improvements for each proposed plat will be constructed in one phase as identified in the development agreements, and this is reasonable in terms of the development construction. Staff finds that this criterion is not applicable, as each plat or each filing will be constructed in one phase. The development review team reviewed S-772-20-22 Legato filing number 1 in a meeting on September 17th, 2020. And then the development review team made an official recommendation of approval for this case. The development review team reviewed S-771-220-22 Legato filing number 2 in a meeting on October 22nd, 2020, and also made an official recommendation of approval for that case. The public notice requirements as identified in section 21-3285 have been fulfilled. Mailings were sent to 14 property owners that were within 300 feet of the subject property. Legal notices were published in the Commerce City Sentinel Express, and signs were placed on the property. There were 6 signs posted for each application. That concludes this presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions. And the applicant is also present to speak on behalf of this request and to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have.
Welcome, sir.
Commissioners, Sorry, Commissioners, good evening. Greatly appreciate you staying this late in the evening to listen to our technical review of our filings. My name is Brad Burns. I'm the development manager of Legato, and I am also a principal. My business partner, Ruth Cohen, is here tonight as well as our team from Otten Johnson, Atwell Engineering, and Henry Design, who did our landscape and final development plan work. We are humbly here in front of you to hopefully get your final blessing. We've worked 3¼ years to literally conform to every request the Commerce City has given us. We built 2 neighborhoods for you, or we're going to, we hope, that have lots in excess 20% larger than the minimum required for both filings. Filing 1, the minimum was 3,500, we have 4,400 and larger. In filing 2, the minimum lot size is 4,500, and we have lot sizes all the way up to 6,000 feet. In addition, our open space requirements were only 3% for those specific filings, but in filing 1, we have 20% open space, and in filing 2, we have 10% open space. A little less there primarily because you have much larger yards. I'm really here, we greatly appreciate what this team has done. Ms. Riley over there has been working weekends to support our efforts. The people here all have been involved, and we have 100% conformed to the PUD zoning ordinance. We have created development standards that we think are and will create the best community within your community. So we agree with everything she has said tonight. And so if you have any questions for me or my team, we're here to answer them for you. But hopefully we'll get your approval based on what staff has said, and we can all call in an evening. So I'm here for you.
Thank you, sir. A couple questions. So obviously I understand that we do not see all plats. So I'm assuming the utility plat went through your all approval and never came across the board or got recommended to come across our commission. Is that correct?
The infrastructure plat
Yeah.
was approved administratively.
One of the criterion I, the subdivision of the plat. I mean, the subdivision seems a little different, right? Because we're not taking it all of, if you can bring up maybe the map, Anita. Because we're not covering all of A or B. For filing 1 and filing 2. The map of what it covered. Yep. Mm-hmm. How come we're not taking the plat all the way through A and B?
So tract A and tract B are single-family attached product, and they have different densities. And I know there is a builder that's done a pre-app for those, but that's not being considered tonight. So we're only considering filing 1 and filing 2, which is part of tract D, and part of tract C.
Understood. I guess the criterion I is, is the subdivision of the plat in relation to the overall PUD?
I'm not sure if I'm following the question. So it's our phase 1, it's where we're allowed to build first. We are doing the spine improvements now. Your city approved our finance plan. We raised the Metro District funds, and we're using those funds to do those improvements to create the access to the community. But A and B are part of phase 1, but will be at a later date.
Questions from the commissioners?
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. You stated that you have the finances. What's the overall finances that will take to complete this infrastructure as far as roads and everything you're putting in right now as part of your submittal?
So currently today, our phase 1 infrastructure takes you from Tower Road into 90th. Is that your question, sir? Yeah. Takes Tower Road into 90th, basically to the edge of the yellow on the eastern side there. Then we go up, Argonne Street will be 100% built. Legato Parkway will be 100% built up to the park, and then we'll turn left, and then that street, 94th Place, will circle around to give access into D. And then as well, you have 94th Place up to Biscayne, which gives you access up to 96. And then the portion of Himalaya that connects 94th Place as well. So you have full access to phase 1 of the site and full access in multiple locations for filing 1 and filing 2.
Okay, so filing 1 and filing 2, what was the cost for the infrastructure for that?
I'm sorry?
What was the cost for the infrastructure?
Well, filing 1's cost of infrastructure itself will be about $10 million, but the builder themselves are paying for those, and filing 2 as well.
Okay.
And so the public infrastructure spine improvements is where the funds are going.
All right. So of course you have a metro district and all that.
I'm sorry?
You have a metro district and.
Sorry.
You have a metro district? This is
Yes,
a metro
sir. I'm
district,
sorry.
right?
We have an authority and 7 metro districts that were approved by your council in September of 20.
Okay. Now, it states that there's going to be a future middle school on the site, and then possibly a Second Creek charter school. Will that be located across Tower or the same site?
As far as I know, I don't know the exact plans of the charter school from the neighbor, but it's across the street. We have agreed with the city in our development agreement to pay for our share of streetlights at each of those intersections.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because what we have right now, we have a growth problem. We have a lot of residential coming in, very short of retail and commercial. And as far as the kids, South Line Elementary is going in right now, and they're taking applications. So I'd say by the time that school opens in August and closes in 2023, they will be at capacity. So I know the developers don't build schools, so it's going to be tough to have 312 units built on this property without any commercial or retail. And, the school has to be voted on. It's not something you build. I understand that. But having all that open land, just residential, and not having a park though, even though you have open space available for the people who live there, that's a lot of open area of dirt. And we moved up here in 2004, and it's really hard for residents to live in an area where there's, around them has not, erosion-wise, mitigated the dust. So what are you gonna do when this is built out, where you're out, it's almost like you're building in the middle of your development? How are you gonna secure to make sure you're gonna do some dust mitigation?
Oh, well, so as we go through all your processes in the city and to get our approvals, we have to do a grading, erosion, soil control plan. And so if you were to go out there today, for instance, and let's say you were to drive on tract M, you would see that that's already been seeded and planted with like the wheat base, so that, you know, if you drive, we were driving on that today, literally, and you could drive across. Yes, it's wet out, but it didn't, you know, mud up, it didn't track out. And so you'll have full street improvements and full access for the children to walk on the sidewalks safely, walk through the parks safely. The parks we're creating within filing 1 and filing 2 will be built with those communities.
Okay.
And the 10-acre park that we've donated to your park district, we intend to work with the city to help them build that in phase 2. And so there's probably about 2023, 24 that would probably come online, whether, like you just said, the city or us. But mitigating the dust control is a very detailed effort through very full detailed plans through your public works department. And, you know, the state monitors that too through stormwater, you know, pollution. So we're extremely careful about that, and we mitigate that every single day.
So the 10-acre park won't be a Metro District park, it's gonna be a city public park?
We have agreed to dedicate that park to the city, and the city has said they were intending to build it. But we hope to help do that, so to get that going sooner than later, frankly.
Okay. So, just to understand, so this is a Metro District that's gonna have maintenance and operations, and what's the maintenance operations gonna cover? Because if you're building, what services you can provide to account for your Metro District?
The services that are provided are all their public and private utilities, the open space, the future school. We have worked with the fire department to provide, you know, it's not on this map, but below in Office Flex P, the fire department wants a 2-acre site. So we've already worked out an arrangement with them to provide that 2-acre site. So, and we've even offered your police department a substation opportunity here, or to help them mitigate any of their concerns. So I would tell you that all the public services, just that your planning staff has said, have met the criteria.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions from the commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
We will hear public comments from those that are in person. Anybody from the public like to discuss the case, please step forward. No one present. We will now move to our virtual participation. Caitlin, is anybody online for the virtual participation?
If there is anybody that indicated they did not want to speak that would like to now provide comments, please use your raised hand feature. That concludes the virtual comments for this case.
Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. There were no comments received. We will now close the public hearing. Discussion from the commissioners. Thank you for the comments, Mr. Yost. Again, I believe we have two cases that we need to vote for. Is there a motion for?
Yeah, I can take these ones for you. I'll start with 771. I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested final plat for Legato filing number 2, generally located between Tower Road and E470, south of 96th Avenue, west of Himalaya Parkway, and between Cathay Court and Argonine Street, known as case S-771-20-22, meets the criteria of the Land Development Code and basis upon such finding, recommend that City Council approve the final plat.
I second.
Caitlin, can you please call for a vote? The motion has passed. 4 yeses. Is there a motion for the second part of the case?
I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the requested final plat for Legato filing number 1, generally located between East 93rd Place and East 95th Avenue, known as case S-772-20-22, meets the criteria of the Land Development Code, and based upon such finding, recommend that the City Council will approve the final plat.
I second.
A motion and I have a second. Caitlin, can you please call for a vote? I don't think it's working right. The motion has passed. 4 yeses. Thank you to staff and the applicant. Move to the next part of the agenda. Ms. Geiger, underneath the action item.
Okay. The action item is the presentation, 22-301, URP 006-22. The City of Commerce City is requesting the adoption of an urban renewal plan for the East 48th Avenue and Ivy Street development. The property is located at the northwest and northeast corners of East 48th Avenue and Ivy Street and is approximately 65 acres. I know this is somewhat of a new item for you all, so if you have questions along the way, feel free to ask myself or Jenna Lowry, who will be presenting.
I have to do something different with my screen to make it go up there. Sorry, Tricia, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for bearing with me at such a late hour. My name is Jenna Lowry. I'm the executive management analyst in our city manager's office, and I'm also the primary staff person who oversees urban renewal projects. So I'm the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority Board liaison. So tonight we're here to discuss the Sand Creek Business Area Urban Renewal Plan, which is a plan that covers a proposed new urban renewal area for the city, which is very exciting. So first, a little bit of background overview about the CCURA. So our Urban Renewal Authority Board is a quasi-public authority that works through collaborative public-private partnerships to identify blighted areas for redevelopment. Its primary purpose is to eliminate blight and engage in urban renewal projects to support development, redevelopment, and reinvestment. These public investment projects are primarily supported by the private sector, so private developers, but then they're also supported by tax increment financing, also called TIF. An example of an urban renewal authority project that everyone in the city is pretty aware of is our Mile High Greyhound Park redevelopment effort. So a little bit more background for everybody here. There are 4 phases of an urban renewal formation process. The first phase is the blight conditions study. So what the CCRA does is hire a contractor to conduct a property conditions assessment to document if sufficient blight factors exist for a piece of property to be determined as blighted. If this property does not meet 4 of 11 criteria provided in Colorado revised statute, it can't be an urban renewal area. The plan tonight for the property in question meets 10 of 11 blighted conditions. Step 2 is preparing taxing entity impact statements and reports that outline anticipated revenue impacts for the proposed urban renewal plan on each taxing entity. That is also taken care of. Phase 3 is the negotiations with individual taxing entities. So we take the information prepared in each of the individual impact statements and determine the amount of property tax increment revenue sharing that will occur between the Urban Renewal Authority and each individual taxing entity. We have 5 of our 6 tax increment financing agreements completed and adopted by the taxing entities, with only 1 remaining. So step 3 is almost complete, which brings me to why we're here tonight. Step 4, the urban renewal plan. So all urban renewal plans address elimination and prevention of blight. It's a cooperative plan that strives to achieve the best use of land to deliver a quality environment. Essentially, your role as the Planning Commission is to review that urban renewal plan and determine if it is in compliance with Commerce City's comprehensive plan. Your recommendation is then given to City Council, and that urban renewal plan is ultimately adopted by City Council, thus officially forming a new urban renewal district in the city. So again, as prescribed by state law, your role this evening is to review and recommend to City Council conformity of the Sand Creek Urban Renewal Plan with the city's comprehensive plan. I think it's important to note that while the urban renewal plan you have in your packet was of course written based on our current comprehensive plan, the upcoming comprehensive plan does not change any of its specifications for this particular area. So the area in question is in the southern industrial focus area, and the requirements outlined in our current plan for that area do not change for future. So this is a parcel map for everyone. The blue outlines the property in question. The yellow is simply Commerce City's boundary with Denver. So this site is approximately 65 acres. As you can see, it is vacant. It is in fact a capped landfill site. It was a former Superfund site by the EPA, but they have since removed it from that list. The EPA has also conducted several 5-year reviews of the property, and their most recent review concluded that remedy efforts continue to be protective of health and the environment, and that industrial use is suitable here. So separate from the urban renewal plan, but I think important to consider, is we do have a developer who is ready and eager to redevelop this site for the city and for the Urban Renewal Authority Board. So CA Ventures proposes to develop the site into approximately 840,000 square feet of industrial, flex, warehouse, manufacturing, and distribution. The reason we're leveraging Urban Renewal Authority for this site is because of the capped landfill history. There's over $40 million of environmental cleanup necessary to get this site ready for development. And so that's what we'll use the tax increment financing for in partnership with the developer. They'll then come in and fund the rest of their project. So essentially, without TIF and without an urban renewal project, no private developer would independently be able to afford to redevelop this site. And this is just their current site plan. It still has to go through the city's review process, but as you can see, they have 6 planned buildings across those 2 different sites. Again, all industrial in use. So why urban renewal? Well, redeveloping the site will have several community benefits. First and foremost, it will remove conditions of blight that pose health, safety, and aesthetic concerns for our community. It will enhance community perception and the character of the area. It will provide improved public infrastructure in the form of various roadway improvements. It will, of course, be economically beneficial for the community. It achieves the economic beneficial status by creating sustainable buildings that will create employment opportunities for current and future residents. It will increase the value of existing businesses in the immediate area, and it will attract new businesses to the area. So focusing now on the comprehensive plan, according to our Sand Creek Urban Renewal Plan, Section 5 discusses consistency with our comprehensive plan in great detail. Something that's not up on the slide that I think is worth mentioning is that the comprehensive plan calls out this area, again, the southern industrial area, to retain the general industrial use, and it encourages environmental cleanup of the property. So implementation of this urban renewal plan does support the objectives and requirements of our current and future comprehensive plan. And as this development occurs in the area, it will continue to conform to the comprehensive plan and any future updates that the city building and land development code, et cetera, will go through. Specific objectives in the URA plan include the elimination and prevention of blight conditions adversely impacting properties and businesses in the surrounding area. Implement elements of the comprehensive plan, support and advance actions identified in existing and any future plans prepared by Commerce City, and take a vacant capped landfill parcel and put it in productive use so it can generate sales tax for the city as well as the other taxing entities. Other specific objectives in the URA plan include to finance, install, construct, reconstruct, and cooperate with others to complete capital improvement to infrastructure and utilities in an effort to further economic growth locally and regionally. So the formal recommendation that we're hoping to see tonight would be to have the Planning Commission recommend to our City Council that the proposed Sand Creek business area plan is in fact consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. In addition to that recommendation, Colorado Revised Statute Urban Renewal Law actually requires that Planning Commission provide written findings in this case as well. So that's the additional handout that you received tonight. I apologize, it was not included in the original packet, but those findings really call out three primary points. Number one is that the plan is in conformity with the comprehensive plan. Number two, that the urban renewal plan does not seek to alter the comprehensive plan. And number three, that the urban renewal plan is in conformance with the goals, principles, and policies of the comprehensive plan. So recommendation and findings are one and the same, just two different formalities. I know I went through that kind of quickly given it's the late hour, but I'm happy to answer any urban renewal or plan specific questions that you have. Thank you.
Questions from the commissioners? Amador?
Sir.
So the URA, the TIF is a 25-year payback timeline, correct?
It is, yes.
And on an industrial site, I think my head exploded at this late hour trying to figure out how flex space and industrial space actually generates revenue to pay back that TIF and the waterfall on the payback. Can you explain kind of in my mind, maybe I'm missing something, of the uses on the site through URA and TIF? What uses would make sense to be put on that site to be paid back in the URA? How does, I'm confused, something doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, no worries. Let me answer what I believe your question is and let me know if I'm incorrect. So yes, we have these eventually 6 different TIF agreements with the various taxing entities, Commerce City, Adams County, etc. Those are for a period of 25 years. So what those agreements say is any sales tax generated on the site, right now there's no sales tax, so any sales tax that CA Ventures or any other future developer generates by constructing, a portion of that goes to the Urban Renewal Authority to support this redevelopment, and a portion goes to the taxing entity. The current developer, CA Ventures, plans to break ground this year. So they're going to get construction going right away, and within a year, hopefully start to generate some sales tax. In fact, their business projections rely on it. So with industrial, warehouse, and distribution, they can tax everything that comes into their facility, and that is included as sales tax. So if employees working there purchase coffee, sales tax. If it's a lumber facility that sells to home builders such as Legato, or if you're doing a home improvement project yourself and you want to buy lumber, sales tax. So it's actually a very lucrative use, especially considering the limited use we can use for the site being a former Superfund site, right? We couldn't have residential use here, but we can have industrial, and that's what they're planning. I don't have their financial projections in front of me, but it's something we have gone through very thoroughly with each of the taxing districts, so that they can understand what their benefit will be over the period of 25 years. And then once 25 years have lapsed, then 100% of those sales tax goes to each of the individuals. So I think what's important to distinguish is anything that a taxing entity is already generating today, they continue to generate that through this 25-year TIF period. It's not really a payback per se. It's just in addition to the base amount they're currently getting, what will they get for the 25 years, and then after that TIF agreement split has expired, what do they then get a greater amount after that period? I'm sorry, it's a late hour, my brain just kind of exploded there too.
That absolutely makes sense. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure it wasn't a pass-through of a warehouse that you're just storing something and then not able to tax whatever product is being sold out of there, if that makes sense.
It does, and not at all. We really want to see the site redeveloped because it's frankly a dumping ground for burnt trailers, mattresses, but we want to make sure it's the highest and best use for the community. And we believe that CA Ventures has a really great plan put together to deliver on that. And even if we don't have CA Ventures, if they were to step back out of the deal tomorrow, we still have the urban renewal plan in place that guides and sets parameters on other developers to make sure it is generating sufficient taxes for the city. Yes, sir. Sure.
So if I have a distribution center, so trucks bring in lumber, and then that lumber and let's say I distribute it to Home Depot. I don't sell it to Home Depot. I distribute it to Home Depot.
But it still has a sales tax.
Does it really?
It does, yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, I'm happy to answer as many urban renewal questions as you'd like because I find the topic fascinating, but I think, big picture is whether our urban renewal plan fits with our comprehensive plan.
One more question.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so all the sales tax, if I hear you right, all the sales tax for the first 25 years goes to pay this 40 million, or 40, did you say 40 million?
Approximately 40 million, so not all of it.
Not all of it. Where does the rest of it go?
So it depends on the entity with what percentage. So there's 100% sales tax, right? And then those county and city and flood district impact reports that I mentioned earlier that we essentially put financial projections in front of every taxing entity that's impacted by this project.
Okay.
And they say, okay, based off of this plan development, your urban renewal plan, we need to offset our costs by X amount. And that X amount or percentage is what's given to the taxing district during that 25-year period. So a really great example, was passed publicly, so I don't have an issue discussing it. Adams County, they said, we would give you 100%, but we know we're going to have some administrative costs over the next 25 years. So they're retaining 5% of that sales tax to cover their administrative costs. The rest, as you say, gets pumped back into the project so we can have the environmental cleanup efforts. So not all the sales tax goes to the project, but the amount that's not required for the taxing entities to mitigate impacts of this development do go into the project. And then after the 25-year period's done, then nothing goes into this project, and then they start getting all the sales tax.
Would the project, would there be taxable income from, besides sales, from this project?
So it's sales and use tax. Sales tax is just our biggest.
Explain use tax.
So I think,
Commissioner, not to
Okay.
cut you up, but just to clarify again, kind of the scope of what we're talking about. Yeah, so that.
I retract my question.
but if you want to chat offline,
I
I
can
will
certainly
absolutely.
explain the use taxes also at a later date.
Use tax.
But yeah, it's just about compliance with the comp plan
I got it.
specifically.
I had a question too on this. I understand this. I've been following this as well. With this project, are they also on the site gonna do a metro district as well?
Are you talking about the developer?
Yeah.
So the developer is not a part of the urban renewal plan. They're separate. But yes, they would have a metro district, but it's not residential in nature.
Right. Okay. No. And I understand the breakdown. So, and, you know, I know it's a large portion of the land and not all of it's going to be conditioned. It's just where the site is. There's probably a little bit of setback around the area to try to make sure things are safe, but also monitoring to make sure whatever plumes are there don't move or migrate, correct?
Absolutely. So that, again, separate from the plan, but the applicant has to work very closely with the EPA, CDPHE, Tri-County Health now and through the duration of their project.
Okay.
So the environmental remediation effort is only step one.
Right.
But again, that's separate from our plan.
Okay, and then also to just this commission to know that the city also is helping with any environmental, well, going towards cleanup and helping the applicant in as well. So the city will be paid back their portion as well, correct? For what they invested to make sure that this land is usable for future operation, correct?
So, no, TIF
No.
isn't a payback, it's, again, you, so let's say.
Oh, no, I understand the tip, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
So,
I'm just
so
saying
no.
that the applicant asked the city to help with the environmental, like,
And Commissioner Douglas, just to clarify,
Sure.
there's no applicant, right now at issue. This isn't a public
Yeah,
hearing about
right.
kind of the development and that kind of thing. It's specifically about this urban renewal plan and whether that plan complies with
Right.
our comp plan.
well, okay, forget that, it's fine. I understand what's before us. I can ask you that question offline, so,
Please do.
thanks.
We will begin public comment for those of you that are in person. Not see any. Is there any virtual?
Also, it's action item, so it's not a public hearing, so I don't know.
Okay.
We
But
know
it's
about
worth
it.
noting, nobody emailed about the topic.
Yeah.
We will now close that portion of it. And we will ask for a motion for the case.
I just want to confirm you all have the written findings.
Looks
Document.
like this. Yes, okay.
Yeah, so you do a motion, and then to the extent it's approved, the chairman would sign that.
Is there a motion in the packet?
On page 742, only 742 pages.
I move that the planning commission enter a finding that the Sand Creek Urban Renewal Plan, URP-006-22, is consistent with the city's approved comprehensive plan, and authorize the planning commission chair to provide city council with the planning commission's findings in writing.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, then call for a vote. The motion has approved, 5 yeses.
Thank you, commissioners.
And then you want me to sign this afterwards?
Oh.
Okay. I believe that concludes the cases for the evening, so we are moving to any commission business. Anything from the commissioners tonight? Ms. Geiger, any attorney business tonight?
Not specifically, but I'd like to commend you all for hanging in till this hour, and
Thank you.
thank you.
Any staff business?
Yeah, on that front, I was gonna bring up something. Is there a guidance or anything on the max amount of cases that we should actually see now that we have to see all the subdivision plats? So that we don't go to midnight every time?
You
'Cause
know,
usually we see
We
around
should look
3.
into that.
Mr. Timms
I was going to
is-
check actually, well, let's see, respond, there is an automatic adjournment as, Commissioner Douglas knows for council meetings. I'm
we
not-
do for council. We don't for PC, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't add that to the bylaws, right, or something like that. This is the latest PC meeting. I felt like we were at a council meeting, Commissioner Douglas and Amador, right? And you remember those late night ones with council, but in 20 years, right, this is probably the latest or top 2 meetings we've had. But we can certainly look at that, adding that in there. And then basically for council, right, if it's after, I don't know, if it's 10:30 or something like that, they vote to see if they want to
4.5 hours.
continue it for 30 minutes at a time, something like that, right?
You also have the discretion, obviously, to move to continue items and the like, so. you can play with the agenda.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
And I would also ask, I just requested to speak, but just if we're gonna have late night meetings like this, if we could bring some treats or food or something. You know,
Thank you,
I'm
Tricia.
dying over here. I
Yeah.
hustled from work to here, and I didn't eat lunch, so I think I had breakfast and a snack around 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. and I am starving. So thank you, Tricia, for the Gatorade.
Yes.
It sounds like a reasonable.
Taco Bell might be open, Mr. Amador.
We do, Chair and Commissioners, we do, just a quick update, you all may be tired of us, we do have a special study session with council that we want to invite you to go over the comp plan next steps next Monday, May the 9th, 6 p.m. It'll be down here, and that agenda item is the first on the agenda, so it won't be at midnight, but it is meant to be a joint Planning Commission and City Council study session. To get feedback. It's going to be interactive and things like that on some next steps with the comp plan in preparation for the land use map. So I do want to mention that. If y'all can attend, Caitlin will send out a reminder. But I just wanted to mention that. You get paid for showing up at that too. So.
Our meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.